What was that game? Eastbound or Eastward or something? Had kind of an Earthbound aesthetic vibe to it. That's really good. That's a direction. What's a west or north game though? There is that Spirit of the North game that I wanted to play. I've heard that's really good. I've heard Sayuki Journey to the West is mid. But, you know, I'd be willing to give it a go. I don't have it though. It's one of those games where you always saw at the store and just never picked up, you know? It's like, wanted to play that, but... well, that's not a game. That's a place in a game. Gotta think of a game that has north, south, east, and west that is good, because you got South of Midnight. Great game. So far, anyway. Honestly, at this point, it's a great game. Like, if the rest of the game kind of falls short, be a little disappointing, but whatever, you know, like, because the part of the game leading up to this has been really fun. But then there's Eastbound or Eastward, or I think it's Eastbound, which is also great. Weast.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
Stand in the place that you are and now face north. I don't know where north is. Somewhere around there. Is in the North Store? Do we know if it's a good game though? I've heard it's fun. I've heard it's at very least decent. I have it. It's on the list to play. It wasn't Yakuza Fist of the North Star. It was like straight up just Fist of the North Star, I thought, right? You're the one that sent it to me, so you should know. Can't remember if it's a PS4 or PS5 game. I'm trying to look at my games here. Yeah, it's like Lost Apostle or something. Lost Paradise, I think that's what it's called. The Yakuza devs made it. Oh, cool. There's an NES game called North and South. Never heard of that one. South Park. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's like almost disqualified because it's like South Park as a place. It's just called South Park. So if there was something called like North Hills or whatever, it would just kind of be like, well, it's not really north as in the direction north. You know, this is south of midnight, signifying a direction south of midnight. You know, if you're going eastward, it's you going eastward, right? So it's like finding a game that's good with each of the 4 directions used as a direction, cardinal directions anyway. I don't know if there are. Because we got south already with south of midnight. Isn't it funny how whenever in English anyway, you're like telling somebody, you know, directions, you always be like, oh, which way were they going? Oh, eastward. But if you say west, it's westbound. You know, you don't say westward, because westward almost seems like a street name or like a TV show or something like that. You know what I mean? You'd say westbound. You know, eastward, northbound, southbound, but westward. I mean, they're all used, all of them. It's just the natural feel of it, you know, feels like westbound versus westward. I don't know. It's just the weird nuance of the language. Hey, I like it. There we go, VG. Horizon Forbidden West. That utilizes the direction, and it's a fucking fantastic game. West of Loathing I haven't played, but oh no, I have. Yeah, West of Loathing is great. Weewa gifted to me years ago, and it's a very quick little game, but man, is it great. It's just good. Super great game. I recommend it. I think you can get it for like $2. It's one of those games I kind of, if I had been a variety streamer back then, because I was mostly speedrunning back then and I was afraid to do variety content, if I was a casual streamer back then, I would have streamed that and it would have been awesome. But now it's kind of like, I know what to expect, and, you know, if I streamed it again, just be like, hey guys, look, isn't this funny? Not quite the same, and there's a sequel. And again, it's the same thing, you know. If I had streamed it, then it would have had that connection, but instead it just kind of feel like just jumping in, you know what I mean? What about a North game? I don't think we have a North game. Yeah, that's all right. I don't think you can Google really great games with the word North in it. I don't think you're really gonna get anything. Maybe an AI chatbot might give you more reasonable responses because it's the way that compiles information actually makes more sense for that kind of thing. Well, like I said, Northgard sounds like a place, right? It doesn't signify the direction north. You know, you're not signifying that you're going north or it is in the north. It's just Northgard, you know? Just like West Wall or East Dipshittington Street, you know? There is Spirit of the North, which is supposed to be good, but I haven't played it to know. Like, you could say, you know, oh, Northrend is in the north, but it's not signifying going north. You know, it's not signifying a direction of something. Like Eastbound is, or Horizon Forbidden West. Although Horizon Forbidden West, the way it's used is almost, you know. Yeah, but as far as I know, Sayuki Journey West is not that great of a game. So we're kind of trying to go for great games that are generally perceived as good. But it's like a PlayStation game that I never got a chance to play, so I don't really know for sure. You know, it's like if you were to have a compass, right? And you put the games on there, right? It would signify it, right? You know what I mean? As opposed to like Northgard, it's just signifies a place. Like it should be a dot on the map, not on a compass. Does that make sense to me or to you? Makes sense to me. I wonder if my Steam has anything with North. Nope, just King's Bounty, Warriors of the North. That's it. Apparently a new RuneScape game came out. I don't know if it's like a RuneScape expansion or what, but it's like a survival RuneScape game. Color me completely uninterested. I mean, I like survival games, but yeah, also I don't really know if the Fist of the North Star game is any good. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome into South of Midnight Day 2. I think there's probably a pretty good chance that we finish this, and maybe even a little early. The game has been great so far. It's definitely a more narrative-focused game, which I wasn't expecting. It's great, though. Story is fantastic. It feels very natural and organic, yet kind of put into this sort of mysterious fantasy world. It's very kind of like Alice in Wonderland in that way, you know, kind of like stumbling down the hole and ending up somewhere different, and all these strange things are happening, and you come into your own power kind of thing. So the like the narrative, I would say, is initially pretty cliche, but at the same time, I mean, it's more about how it's written than anything else. These kinds of stories are repeated across media all over the place. There's not exactly really a whole lot of unique concepts of storytelling, and I would say this one is used a lot less than others. But I mean, it's like hero's journey, you know, coming of age, you know, self-discovery. All those are very common concepts. There's only like 8 or 12 different ways you can design a story concept anyway, but it's about how it's written, and to that end, I think it's really well done. Yeah, the aesthetic is great too. The slight sort of like cartoonish vibe to it allows for people to like just really like you said, it allows you to really just be on board with it right away, you know? And it's like because you're more readily able to accept something that doesn't look hyper realistic as being fantastical. So if it were hyper realistic, not only would that be like a lot more cost and development, but it would be a harder sell. So having this sort of like, I equated it to like the over exaggerated sort of jaggedy aesthetic of like Warcraft 3, where like, you know, you might have a character with like this massive jaw, you know, that just kind of comes out, very over exaggerated sort of features, but it doesn't really use that over exaggerated feature. It's more of like the texturing aesthetic of that, you know, just slightly exaggerated, right? Exactly, just slightly exaggerated in a way that makes it feel a little bit more whimsical, but it doesn't shy away from language or content too much, but it also doesn't like try to be gore porn either, you know? So I think it just kind of touches on all the right things in the right way that makes it the world come alive and feel special without trying to go too far in one direction to like, you know, slam it in one way or the other. It does it just right, and I really appreciate the like restraint that the developers used in order to create a world that felt fun yet immersive and not, you know, like using kid gloves at the same time, you know? So yeah, it's been a great game so far. I'm really enjoying it. Hope you guys ready to finish this up, because I think we will. I think we probably got about like 4 hours of it left, so we'll see. What do we got? We got Mecha, Jimmy Jam, what's going on? Halcyon, Rika Powers here. What's up, Northrex, Nikki Chef, Cindy, what's going on? Hologrammer, Iron Mog, hello. Berserk now, what's up? What's up, Neo? Playing Aztecs here, hello. Xerxes, what's going on? What's up, Tiger? Matthews, hello. Vax, hope you're doing good. What's up, Lurkers, anyone I might have missed? Yeah, let's get rolling. Wow. Oh, last played 16 hours ago, okay. Oh, this is the, I was like, damn, that's a hell of an autosave. Right? Like, that's a hell of an autosave to do chapter 1 and then chapter 9. It's not, they're not two separate autosaves. They're when I accidentally did the custom difficulty and autosaved. I wonder if there's a way to delete it, because this is only autosave. That's it. Oh, it bugs me so much. But you can only autosave in this, and I just like, just let me have a hard save. Just let me do it. If you gotta start me back at the same spot, it doesn't matter. Just let me have a hard save, please. It might start me at the beginning of the chapter. No, okay, as soon as I went to go into the town. All right, so cool. Like, basically exactly where we left off. I feel like I should do the
Well, this place seen better days.
do 3 of the 4 places and then go exploring or something. I don't know. Let's just at least do this initial area exploration. Okay, wants me to do this one first. All right, at least that's right there.
That red yarn. I'm on the right track.
So, for those of you that may have missed what happened earlier, or just need a little bit of a refresher, I was getting ready for a hurricane to get out of there. When I went to check on some other people, house got washed away with my Hazel's mother in it. Went after it, and things just started going weird. And you know, it talks about how like during storms, you know, a lot of malice and hate and suffering that has festered can manifest into changing the world. But there's some people called weavers who can correct that. Turns out I'm a weaver. I'm trying to correct all of it and sort of like bottle up that malice and hate and suffering that people have experienced and try to heal the wounds so we can return the land back to the way it was. And we're kind of learning. Hey, Chi. Hey, we got Chi. That there's, you know, something more going on than just, hey, there's bad stuff, you know, something to do with our family specifically. Please excuse me from school. Mom and Daddy work doubles all week and I gotta take care of the babies. I am not playing hooky. I swear I love Jane.
Jane cares about those babies so much.
We're learning a little bit of, oh, that's terrifying, of the history of Hazel and her mother. Her dad died. Hazel's dad died a long time ago. And Hazel's grandmother from her father's side doesn't particularly seem to care about Hazel and her mother. So we're kind of figuring that out as well. Dear Santa, I've been mostly good. I need shoes because you take me to the North Pole with you. I would go barefoot if you would just let me take me with you. It's very cold there. I don't mind. Love, Jane. P.S. Could the babies come too? Someone's got to take care of them. Maybe Mrs. Santa would help me with them. No! No. Wow. Santa's just like, no. Thank you, Blade Isaac, with the 299 bits. Aw, she's all nice and cuddly. What a good girl. Alright. You get some sleep. No. Nah, don't think so, no. Alright, why don't we do this? Why don't we go to this one?
Is this Itchy as a kid?
Or Scratchy? Oh, that's Itchy. Over there, that weird guy. Alright, we're gonna do this one. It'll probably take us to that one next. And then we'll just move forward as we clear each area.
You're not welcome here.
Oh, nice. When I perfect dodge, I get a stun on them now, which of course increases damage on them. Oh, I can't hit him. That should also stun, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, shit.
There's more to this story.
Live in the hollow, calloused hands and hearts. Ever grown up itchy turn to treated children like
That's what they call switch.
His pappy, well, he did worse. Come night, itchy dream about peculiar angels who'd enfold his aching body into their soft, heavy wings.
Oh, look on the right.
That's so heartbreaking.
You can see the.
Itchy must have felt so alone.
You can see that monster that captured everybody. Oh, we're doing the signal thing. Hopefully, if it does it again anytime soon, because Chi isn't moving around and she shouldn't cause it to happen, we'll fix it. But yeah, that the stick, a good walloping stick, call it a switch.
I can't believe no one helped him.
I mean, out in a rural community like this, 10 people to a little town, ain't nobody gonna stop them.
For real?
More than likely. Thank you, No Name, for the 144 bits. If I get enough to upgrade both of them, then I'll do it. Because it'll last 2, so I need 30 more thingies. Which I'll probably get it over here anyway. I imagine I'll pretty easily get enough points to do with the rest of them based on the progress of the game. Oh, he got in my way, asshole. I took the wrong one. I wanted to get the little caster type into me. Come on, unravel. This combat continues to be really, really smooth, and as you get like more of your kit available to you, it really, really, really starts to feel good.
One by one, Itchy's school friends changed. They talked about Miss Molly, that old recluse who nobody'd ever laid eyes on. But them brave enough to venture into her house on the hill came back with toys and treats and clothes that weren't hammered down. Itchy couldn't help but reckon about all the possibilities his old pappy'd beat him out of.
Oh, she must have been baiting them.
Spider web with toys in it.
So many folks in this holler failed these children.
You know, it kind of feels like there's 10 chapters, right? Like that's the vibe I'm getting, 10 chapters. And we're on chapter 9. But I'm just kind of thinking like, there's not a lot to resolve here. And the only thing that I can think of, think about this. Every time we've gone to one of Bunny's properties, it's on a hill, right? And at first I was just thinking, oh yeah, of course the rich person can afford the house on the hill so that, you know, they don't get destroyed by the floods and everything. Yeah, of course, makes total sense, right? But the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, like, I think Bunny is Molly because it's another house on the hill. You know, and it's almost like it was alluding to that, right? It's this like theme that's very quietly being delivered to the player, and I have a strong suspicion now that Bunny is Molly, and there's something more about Molly than just, yeah, she used to kidnap children or whatever. I think it's something more. I think there's something beyond it. It's like she wasn't just kidnapping children because, oh yeah, you know, neglected children, let's kidnap them or whatever because they want to come.
It's like a nosy housewife,
I think it's more like she's trying to find the Weaver, you know, and we already know that
definitely not minding her own business.
we already know that Molly doesn't particularly care for Weavers, right? So kind of seems to be lining up. Dear Sheriff Thibodeau, do you believe me now? Every blessed child in the holler has now been taken, save one. I told you so. You could have stopped this, but no, you were too busy stuffing your face with donuts. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Not the type of thing you want to be right about.
I suppose not. Dear Ms. Davis, thank you for your 10-page letter. We cannot investigate a citizen on suspicion alone. The 3 children you claim were abducted by Molly Radley were never reported missing, nor does the county clerk have any record of them. It is true, however, that some rural parents do not pay to register children born at home. Please contact us only if you have evidence.
10 pages? Sounds like more than suspicion to me.
Sounds like actually crazy person talk, but you know. How does this work? There's a door here, but then there's a door there as well. Like they're cut. I mean, I suppose it could open up into stairways, and this is just like a linen closet or something where you, or a pantry where you see the stair, like the molding of the stair underneath, possibly. But you'd have to keep going up. A door to a stairway up is interesting. The magic of engineering. Hey, buddy. You know, I just realized something. Her name is Bunny, and all the little hidden switches. Oh, god damn it! Hidden switches in her house and a lot of the other houses and everything were little bunny statues. And you know, obviously, there's a theme of bunny and fox in a lot of places, and sometimes the fox can be seen as the predator. But in this case, it feels like the clever fox, which is potentially me. You know, the theming of the animals representing something is definitely something that, you know, a developer like this would utilize. It could just be benign, but I mean, you see bunnies in these hovels and you see foxes in the hovels, and they're often living together. And it almost seems like it's trying to tell you something. You know, because like, right, the fox is the predator to a bunny. Oh, that's red thread. Is that what Bunny feels like? The Weaver is a predator to her, and she feels worried about it. Maybe it's just because, you know, the Weaver is trying to right the wrongs that the chaos is sowing. And also keep in mind something else. We're a weaver, right? There's a lot of thread motifs in the game, and Molly leaves behind red thread, and the red thread is always jumbled and torn and knotted and everything, and that could represent, you know, the chaos as well, versus the order of the cloth and the weave being nice and organized and straightened, right? So a lot of symbology is being used that suggests that Molly is more than just another player, but could potentially be straight up the antithesis of the Weaver or Hazel specifically in this, and that it's possible that the grandma is Molly. But we'll see. No spoilers. What's up, Neko Lady?
Let's see. How do I get in there? Find me some electricity.
I've been playing so much Xenoblade X that I keep on pressing R2 to jump instead of X. Interesting. So it's just the puzzle that it's... You don't have to fight another battle. That's nice, at least.
Everyone called it an accident, but Itchy's eyes hung on a red yarn wrapped around the body. The morning prior, he'd swung by the house on the hill, but hadn't found a soul. Strings of red had led him to a crackling fire, where he'd spilled his secrets, even those about his pappy. Today, the summer heat roasted his pappy on the concrete.
Red yarn. Just like the trailer.
Also, I think that the owl being that one dude kind of was the game alluding to the idea that, you know, it's not just some monster
I can't believe Molly killed Itchy's dad.
and then some people, you know, some of the people are the monsters, right? Good or bad or otherwise, they're still, you know, they have their own agenda maybe, but still, you know, they're of the same, there's no separation. So that's another kind of thing that makes me feel like the game is kind of pointing to that idea. Like at the beginning of that game, also, we saw like that four-legged spider thing going down the river with the trailer. And then we got another silhouette of her, and then the red yarn, right? Spider webs, also implying that that is who that was. And now the game is kind of implying that Molly may be the ultimate bad in this game, or at the very least, our final destination, you know, more or less. I don't know, a lot of things pointing to it, but we'll see. You know, the game's still got some game left in it.
Typical Lauren office.
There is mandatory overtime this weekend before the break. No exceptions. If people are unable to commit, they will not receive PTO. I expect to hear numbers by EOD. End of
Reminds me of my
day.
job.
End of day.
God, I hate that place.
I mean, mandatory overtime isn't the worst as long as you're getting overtime pay. But back in this time, I don't think workers had rights. So good luck. All right, so it's like a parry mechanic. And then if I do the pull hit, then they get hit by the stun, so I should utilize the pull. That's actually great. I didn't think about it until just now, but using that gives me another stun, which in my opinion is like the best ability in the game right now, because you stun them, yay, but also you do extra damage to them while they're stunned, so. And it lasts a good amount of time. The only thing I'm bummed at is there's no like cooldown reduction, but I feel like too much cooldown reduction and you just, yeah, stun locking everything. Of course, you know, multiple enemies, right? That kind of takes care of that. Mandatory, yeah, I mean, you can't do that anymore these days, right? Like, even in the US, you have a lot more worker protections, although those are currently being dismantled, but still, you know, they exist in a way better way than they ever did in this era. Who sews you in her pocket tight and hugs you close with such delight? She'll come if you turn off the light. She'll come if you sneak out at night. She'll fight or flinch or bite or pinch if Molly gives you fright. She'll take you to her mountain lair with red yarn tangled everywhere and tell you, as you gasp and stare, that things will be all right. It's no child's seen again. It's true. Her red yarn is the only clue. I think you know now what to do. Since maybe her next child's you.
Why would you sing this to your kid? My God.
A lot of those like nursery rhymes and little poems and stuff were meant to scare children into not doing the thing that you wanted them to not do, right? Some of them were actually informational, so that you would, you know, you get a neat little rhyme, and that way you would remember. You know, the whole ring around the rosy? That has to do with the plague. It's like Ring Around the Rosie. You would get like a, I'm not sure what the Rosie refers to. I think it's like the eyes or something, and you would get like a ring around it when you were infected. Pockets full of posies suggest like you'd be stuffed full of flowers for another reason. I forget why. Like your pockets, you'd carry them in your pockets for a specific reason. Again, I can't remember why. Ashes, we all fall down. The corpses are burned. You know, in order to prevent spread, because that was the only way that they knew how. Yeah, Grim Fairy. I mean, I equated this game to sort of a Grim Fairy Tale sort of vibe, and that's exactly what the Grim Fairy Tales are. Is a much more dark. The original form of these fairy tales was the Grim Fairy Tale, for most of them anyway, and they're a lot more dark. You know, like oh my God, Cinderella's Grim Fairy Tale is crazy. It's like she cuts off her feet. Or the sisters cut off their feet to try and fit into the shoe or some shit like that. Like they're cutting off toes and stuff. Like really crazy shit all up at them. And a lot of them don't end up like with a happy ending, right? So you'll get this like really dark, sinister stuff happening. The hero of the story will try all these things to, you know, try to not be, you know, hurt or whatever, or, you know, have their stuff taken away. They'll do horrible things to themselves and end up still losing. So there's like no lesson at all. You know, it's just, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of cautionary tales, but
Itchy
still.
must have missed his friends.
Yep.
They look so happy.
It's definitely. Yeah, sometimes. Okay, the stairway up to a not door. There better be a door on one of these sides. Okay, good. I was playing Romancing Saga, the Romancing Saga remake. And while I think it's a much better game than its original, and it's actually a very competent RPG, it's very decent if you're looking for just that traditional style RPG, just with like modern graphics. The Romancing Saga remake, I think it was Romancing Saga 2 remake, is actually pretty decent. However, I noticed this more than once. You would be going around the different towns and villages, and you would be able to see all four sides of a building, and there'd be no door. No door on either side. And I'm just like, come on, you're building a house and you don't put a door on it? Even if you're just copy pasting all the buildings, like you put a door on it, you know? That game won't recognize your controller? I played it on, I think I played it on Steam Deck exclusively, actually. So I don't know. No. Oh, no, I played it on PS5. I was using the Portal. So, yeah. Have you tried enabling Steam input? If you enable Steam input, a lot of the weird controllers that don't always get recognized should work. It just might not be ideal glyphs or something like that. Okay, as I thought. Steam input doesn't do a damn thing? That's a shame.
That's the factory over there. Nice drawing, Itchy.
Are we just like not drawing attention to the fact that the giant monster is there? It's like the game was hard-coded to only use very specific controllers, and anything it doesn't understand it ignores. That seems weird. I'll have to, I don't have it on Steam, so I can't really try it out.
Molly looks terrifying here. What does she want with those kids?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious when you design a house a certain way, you have a door that's not interactable. Like certain doors, you just see like they almost kind of feel like they're part of the wall. You know, I think there are better ways of doing that, telling the player, hey, don't go in here or don't try to bother, than just not having a door, because that's just shitty design. It kind of takes you out of the immersion. Old games? Oh, Yeah, but those old games, usually it's like there's a limitation in your field of view. So you kind of go, oh, maybe the door's on the other side or something, you know? This is like a full 3D game. Actually, it's pretty decent looking too. Unravel hints after defeating them without using attacks, apparently. I think it just means defeating them without using attacks. It just has to be a killing blow.
Show me what else.
Could be something specific to Linux. Oh, yeah. Very well could be. It could be that Linux isn't detecting your controller. That actually feels more likely because I have, since like the last
With his
year or
pappy
something, I've
gone,
had
it was only
almost
natural
no issue
Itchy
with
would do
controller.
what he'd been raised to do. He blamed himself. If only he hadn't spilled his guts to Miss Molly, maybe the
Yeah, I don't know
man
enough
could
about
have
computers
found
to.
something to love in. He sought some divine absolution for his guilt, but someone else was listening.
Itchy shouldn't have had to bear that guilt. It ain't his fault.
But Itchy said he was never kidnapped by Molly, so. Once again, we get the shadow.
Tenacious little one.
There we go.
This is my only option. I had to find her.
Hey, we're gonna use this. Cool. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. It's a bit of a longer one. It does so little to show that thing chasing you, you know? I feel like it needs to do a better job of, because it almost feels ambiguous and vague, like it's not actually there. Unless I stop and turn around, then I'm gonna likely get caught by it, you know? Like I should show her getting away from it at the end there, you know? Like how it gets blocked off by the light. Instead, it just kind of is like, okay, the scene ends and that's it.
Oh, Lord. Itchy? Itchy. You know I can hear you, right?
Well, it's a right relief the tragical tale of Hug and Molly didn't scare the skin off your bones.
Oh, no. I love the tour.
Yeah, exactly.
Just one question.
It's called Rue, and it's like some
Why would
shadowy
she take
mist
you?
fog thing.
Well, when old Molly came around and attacked my daddy, I put up the fight of my life and done won it too.
It's just... I read once on this website. Didn't she kill your dad?
Everyone who comes here watches them damn true crime
Okay,
podcasts.
wait. I came all this way to hear your story. The real story, Itchy. Come on.
And the sorry suggins who lived in this here holler made them mountain peaks feel as snug as teeth on a bear trap. Something I come to realize about my school friends, they wanted to be took. Even by the devil's conjures. Some nights I still see them up that there mountain. Figments of my imagination. And I do yell out, I wish Molly took me too. Could have if I chose, but I didn't neighbor much with courage. Never could figure out how to fit all that on scraps of wood.
Itchy. You're just a kid.
Happen on any money, Summers?
What?
For the ticket?
I thought that we settled that already.
Wasting my time up here doing everything for free.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go back and take a peek around those last areas that I was in. Okay, this is the back of the house already. Can we look at this? No, it's not something I can look at. I think the story's great. I think it's really good. Right when I was kind of making remarks about how it felt like the main story was taking a back seat to the side stories that you get, it really started to deliver with the main story in a meaningful way. Almost kind of felt like a really perfect pacing to sort of kind of catch you off guard a little bit. Like, okay, we're doing these side things. These are neat side stories, but what about everything else? Like, why isn't that being delivered upon? And then it starts being delivered upon, and you realize a lot of those side stories had adjacent value to the main story. And you're like, oh.
It's not his fault. He was just asking for help.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I think that's it. My prediction that Molly's house and the ensuing stuff after that, which we still have to experience the hero's fall. My prediction is that's what's going to happen coming up here. The hero's fall is, I talk about this a lot. So it's like, when you think you're at the end of your journey, you gotta do, whoopsie.
Blaming himself.
You gotta, you go to take it to the final thing to save whatever, and then right when you think you got it, you fall. Maybe not literally, but figuratively, sometimes literally. God damn it. And then you gotta get the, MacGuffin of Destiny, or find the power within you, or something like that. And then you go take it to the final bat again. It feels like that's what we're about to experience.
Ain't got no time to play.
I like how it shows the color difference in the enemies. Like if they're red, then it means, they're bad, but if they're blue, they're being controlled by you in some way, whether through the doll control or like you've reflected their damage or something. So really a lot of good visual and audio design in this game. David, what's up? Just attack though. Woo.
I'm so close.
Is this like a path to go that leads you back down here, and that's a way to back up, or is that just the right way in general? I mean, that's definitely the right way according to this, so then what's down here? Is this where we originally came up the mountain? Sure is. Did something open up since I got rid of that? Don't think so. Okay.
This has gotta be it.
I have 80 points and 5 slots left of abilities. If those last ones were 100, the next ones will probably be about 120, which means that unless I get a lot more stuff, may not have enough to get all the upgrades. We'll see. Oh shit. That's what I was hoping when I found this little side spot. That'll be my health upgrade. Ah, dicks. Press the wrong button. That'll be my health upgrade though. I'm at 2 out of 3. I was noticing something though, that the game tells you on the right there, it tells you how much stuff you can get on a map along with any health upgrades. So if I had paid attention to that, I probably would have gotten more stuff. But again, I'm not really worried about 100%ing this game, I think, because it's one of those games where it's like, if you miss stuff, then you gotta basically play the entire game all over again to go through it. I guess there might be chapter select, but it still means you keep on pressing the wrong button. It still means you have to go through each chapter for anything you may have missed, you know? And then search every little pocket of everything until you find it all.
When word spread of what Itchy said regarding Molly, the Hollow folk decided to pay her a visit. They'd always been afraid of the tales surrounding her eerie house on the hill. But instead of an old recluse, they found a monstrous creature. Terrorized, she fled from the house and hollow, but not forever. Hug and Molly came back for the callous children, one by one enfolding their aching bodies into her soft, long arms. Except for Itchy, who had driven Miss Molly away.
She destroyed so many families. I won't let her destroy mine.
Did you get them?
What did she gain from taking those kids? From causing so much pain?
Yeah, once again, I feel like it's linked back to the Weaver situation. Like she's trying to find the Weaver before they can grow up and be powerful enough to put a stop to her kind of thing. Dear Miss Molly, I heard you got toys and food at your house. Could I please have some food? I don't mind for me, but the babies are hungry and I don't know when Mom and Daddy get home from work next. I don't need toys, just food for the babies. And for me, if you have extra, love, Jane. P.S. Please do not tell that I asked for charity. I would get whipped.
No one should have to beg for food, much less a child.
Miss Molly, where'd you go with the other children? Why'd you take them and not me? I don't got any friend left. Can you send them down to play sometime? Sincerely, Itchy.
Must have been confusing for him. Poor kid.
Lacey Winston, Prospero Social Services. Oh, that's my mom. It is my immediate recommendation that Matt be transferred to a foster family as soon as one is available. He suffers from malnutrition. He has not been to school in a month, and both of his parents suffer from addiction. He cannot thrive in this environment. I know the county is low on potential foster families, but his situation requires immediate action.
I didn't know Mama came way out here. What was that? Sounds like it came from the mountain.
I don't know if the prompts were taken away while it was doing the little story bit. Wonder if you do chapter select, if it's possible, whether or not it lets you keep everything that you've gained, or if you have to get everything each new time you go.
That can't be good. Where is she? What the? That looks like our house. And that's... Mama. What is all this? Wait.
Who's pulling the strings? That's what I want to know.
What are you doing? Hey, get off of her!
Hello.
So you did take her. Give me my mama back.
Whee! Ah! Almost got hit by that. Damn. I mean, I expected this to be all hollowed out with some big elaborate thing.
Molly carrying a kid?
But I expected it to be the next chapter.
Can't let her harm that kid.
Whoa. But then again, I mean, you have like 120 more skill juice floof on the chapter, so I mean, you know. Still suggests that there's quite a bit more left. I did not mean to do it that way. What's interesting here is it almost suggests like
Who lives up here?
the kids, right? She gave a place for the kids to live. Like she didn't do any harm to them, but she couldn't send them back because then the kids would start telling about what happened.
How many of you did she take?
And so, you know, she didn't see any problem with that as long as she was gonna get whatever she wanted.
This was mine. I remember putting it in the giveaway box. What's it doing here? Mama? It's beautiful. But why is it here?
I'm guessing because she was a social worker, she probably saved a lot of kids. Want to go back down. That feels like the right way up. And I was right. After a step started to keep going up and up and up, I was like, yeah, it's got to be the right way. Not to mention the mural I thought was a dead giveaway because it's kind of like new lore about her mom. See that over there? But it looks like I get access from elsewhere. I don't think I can make that jump. Jump back? Yes, but not jump to.
Can't make it across.
Woo! Okay. That's the way to go. Doesn't seem like there's anything else. Although, remember I said there was like that thing underneath? Right there? Okay. So it's gonna consider me falling off the edge if I try to jump under it to get to it, which means there has to be a more meaningful way to get up there, and I don't know how. And it would probably require me to like go all the way back down in order to find the legit way to get in there. Unfortunate. That's fine. I'm not really worried about it. I'm sure I've missed tons of stuff up to this point, so. I think I've done a pretty good job of getting most things, though. Damn. It was like a twisted Peter Pan kind of world, you know, where they had like the food was just a series of colors, you know, just color slop, and that's kind of what that looks like, big giant jars of color slop. Okay, that's that. Let's take a peek around though for some other stuff though, just in case. Keep on getting clipped on the environment there.
Huh. What are these for? Oh, that's hot. Hot, hot, hot.
need to light that gas again.
No, because, oh, well, no, but here I do, yes. Oh, I needed to come down here anyway.
That should work.
Is it just to get over here? Ah. I think that's pretty much everything that I've seen. Yep, looks cleaned up. All right, let's move up to the next part. Whee! Oh, good. Teddy bears and
This is
bunnies
spooky.
nailed to the wall. That's definitely friendly for children. I'm sure they're not going to be traumatized by that. Once again, I feel tiny.
What in the world? Catfish would hate this place.
Yeah. Unfortunately, see, look at this. That's supposed to be a human skeleton, and it's like, I come to their hips. I feel tiny in this world. I don't know if that's by design or not. I really don't. It's hard to tell because there's definitely like this twistedness to it, you know? Like the books even. Look at the books. They're gigantic, but I mean, I figured the books are gigantic because of Molly. You know, maybe this is her place, so of course she wants bigger things, but if it's a human skeleton and it's that big, that doesn't feel like a human skeleton anymore, does it? I'm surprised it wasn't like a little path off to the side. This part where it's like gigantic bottles and everything, that's, I feel, is intended. But when you go into some of the houses, you like go up midway to the door. And this is like Hazel's grandma's house, you know? You go up to it and you're like halfway up to the door and the door is just way high. And I know that in some cases, housing and like underground paths and stuff are made a lot bigger because of camera issues with the game. But I mean, we've kind of gotten past all of
I'll
that
find a way to open that
in
door.
modern game design. That makes me feel as if it was unintended or intended for the sake of the world aesthetic, but not intended as a let's make the camera work better situation. Does that make sense? Like this part definitely intended for sure, because it's like Molly's big. So of course the things that she makes is going to be very big. Yeah, right? Alice in Wonderland-ish. Very, very much something that I've compared the game to. Whoops. I've gotten all but 10 of the stuff, and I know exactly where that 10 is. It was the spot that I saw that it wouldn't let me jump from above underneath to get underneath. I kind of felt sort of similarly yesterday, but my thought was that there's at least 10 chapters, and there hasn't been like a real coming of that like story conclusion kind of thing yet. And so that made me believe that there was at least several hours left, plus review, you know? But then again, I also thought that the game could kind of just be like, JK, you're only halfway through. Because like this whole Molly plotline is sort of, it almost feels like a singular story arc in a way, where we only just barely learned of it. It almost feels like the mid-game story arc, right? Because the first story arc was chase Mom, and then we resolved that because we found that Molly took Mom by like chapter 5 or 6, and then the next story arc was find Molly because Molly took Mom. But this is like the resolution of that story arc, and if the game is a 3-act play like most games are, we still have, you know, 2, 3, 4 chapters left.
Maybe that pulley up there can do the trick.
Right, the subtitles are for like sound effects and everything too, yeah. I think I can turn that off if I turn off the sound cues for that stuff, but I'm fine with it. Me either, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a game with subtitles that subtitles all the sound effects too. Oh boy.
Let's light this bad boy.
Ah.
Well, shit. All right, I can squeak through that gap.
Oh, okay. This is back to that first room then. Well, second room anyway. Then she slams it shut as I'm going through it, and smash. Game over. Roll credits. Yeah, it does feel like more like closed captioning, yeah.
What the heck?
It's got a big claw thing. Wonder if it's one of the night creatures that we fight. That looked like a crocodile. Yeah, the sound arrow. Yeah, the little icon shows you who's talking.
Mama, wake up. Mama, please wake up. Please. Mama, wake up. Wake up, Mom. I'm sorry. I tried, Mama. I really tried. It was you. It was you!
What did you do to her?
Is she actually dead though? Maybe
You're
just
gonna regret that.
unconscious. Whoa. Oops. Ah, damn it, I lost my cooldown.
That's just a taste of what I can do.
Oh, there we go. Wait, I wasn't supposed to fall?
Molly, woman in white,
The water's rising.
Oh, no, I was.
set you up if you go out at night. Way down there and over yonder,
Should have grabbed that other heal.
close to home and do not wonder.
Can't get away from me that easily.
What's up, Azure?
I'm not done with you.
I like how she keeps kind of appearing throughout, you know? It's just not just a boss fight, but it's like a whole experience, you know?
You don't get to run away.
I do think it's gonna be a bit of a shock as to who Molly actually is, though. Or at least an intent.
There you are. Yes! I hope it hurt.
So this is more of a Zelda boss design. Where you do the rule of three thing, make them vulnerable, hit their weak spot, go through their mechanics, rinse, repeat. You know, each new time probably has different mechanics. Most of the time anyway, when you do something like this. Oh god, oh god.
There we go.
Molly, keep your hands away.
Oh no. Water's getting higher.
Games you play. Molly,
Oh, it's a race against the water. I didn't realize that.
her grip is fast and much too tight. Oh, Molly, keep your hands away. Hold and crush
You'll answer for what you do.
games you play. Molly, all in one.
I won't let you steal any more kids.
Much too tight.
You know, I'm getting this vibe that Molly could be my mom, because, like, if you think about it, you know, as a social worker, you kind of rescue kids, and, like, the vibe I'm getting is that Molly thinks that she's rescuing kids. Maybe some kind of hurt caused her to be distorted or something. But at the same time, I'm not convinced of that. Just like a slight little twinge. But the theme of their actions is similar.
This isn't over. No more running. There we go.
How did I not hit with one?
Yes!
Yeah, they're amazing. The visual, no, sorry, the audio design with the tracks that correlate to the bosses and everything are amazing. Oh shit. Oh, she scratches away the web though. Ah, damn it.
You've done this long enough.
The wound was on her shoulder, which says to me like carrying a burden. And that makes me kind of feel like it's once again it's
Mama's locket?
right, her mom instead.
It's dark. My lungs are burning, full of water and silt. Body breaking in 100 places.
Mama?
A flash of red. Sunrise breaking over the horizon, warming me like wildfire. Mending cracks. Molly, doing what she's always done, but I never truly seen. Healing.
Molly was healing you?
You hurt Miss Molly. Lacey woman is gonna be mad at you.
Lacey woman.
She doesn't like mean people. That's why she brings us around Molly, to keep away from the meanies.
She brought you here? The missing kids. The ones Mama said the system failed. Oh my gosh, she rescued you!
You kind of look like her. Except she's nice, and you're not.
Molly can save her.
For real?
Molly, come back!
For real. Fur eel. Thank you, Plain Isaac, with 144 bits. Whoa. I mean, she still had a hurt, you know. She still had pain, and we mended that. So our presence here wasn't entirely incorrect.
Stop it.
Mommy!
Maybe it's like she only took away kids that were being neglected because, you know, they were being neglected, not because they were vulnerable.
Come back! Please!
Why would you do that?
Yeah, because it's all they've ever known, right?
Molly! Molly! I'm sorry. You were trying to tell me that you'd saved her, but I didn't understand. Maybe I can fix the... Bunny?
Careful, dear. That's a wild animal.
You're wrong. She helps people. What are you doing? Wait! No! She's a friend. She saved my mom. She's healing her.
Oh, I know. And now, she will save my daughter.
Stop! 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 You're hurting her!
Cool.
They can play high school 123 bits.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Watch your toe.
She was only helping.
I have my own family to think of.
Family? Trey? Cherie?
Keep her name off your lips! She deserves the world!
She deserved peace. You could have asked Molly for help, you murderer.
Stupid girl. With this, I can give her life.
You used me.
I did. Why should I borrow when I can just take? You look so much like your mother. But you're just like my feckless son. A mistake.
When I was a little old sack fry, folks watched out for me. But besides Lacey, Hazel didn't
What did I
have
say?
nobody
Heroes
like
fall.
that. Not even my grandma. So naturally, I gave her a helping fin.
A helping fin, huh? Sure. But this part's better told by me. Free falling through the air like that? Betrayed. Scared. But still, I only had my mama on my mind. And I found her. Just to lose her again. Never really realized how much of Mama's world I didn't know about. Discovering she relied on hugging Molly to rescue abused children. I had it all wrong. Getting her back felt like an impossible dream. But I wouldn't give up on her. She never would.
He's protecting me. That's cute. Chapter 10, Light in the Darkness. So yeah, probably the final chapter, but that's definitely the hero's fall, just as we talked about.
Back again?
So now we gotta discover the
is
power
this
within
place?
us, or the MacGuffin of Destiny, or whatever. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Mama! on, Mama. How did you... Hold on, Ma!
Don't know who that is. I think it's Rue, but yeah, okay, yeah.
What are you doing? Who are you?
Don't you remember me?
Wait. Your voice. The bottle tree. That fog chasing me.
Oh, that's no common fog. Meet me at Kushma's Cabaret. Your mother and I will be waiting for you.
What do you mean?
The best villains are the ones that don't think they're villains. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Because the other ones are just textbook mustache twirling walking tropes, you know?
She's gone. She's gone and it's all my fault.
Hazel?
You again. I guess you came to gloat.
You feeling all right?
Yes, Harry.
I got everything wrong.
Oh, don't be too hard on yourself. You're one of the finest weavers I ever laid eyes on.
Bet I'm the only one you know.
That don't change the fact that you're my favorite. Hey, what's that bit of shiny over there?
I had this dream. Mama was taken by this man. He had a galaxy in his right eye. He tossed this at me.
Hazel, you better watch yourself. That's Rue, the right-hand man of Kushma.
Kushma?
You never heard of Kushma? The king of dreams and nightmares? Story goes he feasts on dreamers who gets mementos from this Rue fella.
Well, if Rue's got my mama, I've got to try and find him.
Listen up. You don't just go strolling through the land of dreams and nightmares without.
I've got everything I need right here. Where's my stuff?
Gal, you don't want to mess with this Rue fella. We gotta get out of this swamp fast.
Not until I find my spindles. Then I'm going to Kushma's one way or another.
I ain't got no time for arguing. Get your stuff back and I'll meet you when I find a safe way out.
I need to find my things and get the hell out of this place.
Oh, yeah. Oh. 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 I'm gonna get that just because it kind of feels like I'm gonna need that. Crouton of Joy. I bring you love. I bring you joy. It's bringing love. Kill it. Oh, the spindles are my magic. Okay.
Another one of Mom's memories. My track shoes.
We're on track now.
I had to miss Hazel's last track meet on account of taking on some extra work. Uniforms, spikes, travel fees are expensive. She loves to run. Says it feels like flying down the street. I just wish I could be there to see her.
You'll be there. You're gonna see everything I do. I'm gonna come and get you, and we're gonna leave Kushma's place together.
Ashton Kushma?
What was that? Don't want to know. Gotta get to Kushmas.
Nah, it's just catfish. Oh,
Flowers are out for blood here?
that's friendly looking guy.
Your mama's worried sick. What you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry, Mahalia.
Tell that to your mother when I get you back to her safe and sound.
Mahalia! That's her name. The weaver I followed to get downriver.
You know, I will say the subtitles kind of spoil on name.
Seems so long ago now.
The closed captioning.
Glimpse of Mahalia back when I thought catching up to Mama was just about running faster.
So that's unfortunate. Because you're not supposed to know his name is Rue, you're not supposed to know her name is Mahalia.
This ball got more twists and turns than a fun house. Found no way out yet. You?
Maybe. You ever heard of someone called Mahalia?
Mahalia, the last weaver? Stories go she had a settlement around here.
She's trying to tell me something. I'm gonna follow her.
Be careful. Not every ghost knows where they're going.
There's nothing here. Relax. Really tempted to send that catfish money? I'm not sure I get it. Is that a reference to something? Oh, a catfish. I mean, not all catfishes are scammers, though. Like, a lot of catfishers will try to get people to fall for them so that they can get money from them. Sure, there's definitely that. But I don't really label catfishing as scamming in the same breath. A lot of them are just looking for attention. What's up, Phoenix?
Gotta catch up to Mahalia.
Well, I'm glad you did, because I hate it when people backseat or spoil games for me. That'd be very frustrating. I don't even like to know how long a game is, you know? I like to experience everything that I don't know about the game firsthand through my playthrough. So yeah. Glad you were able to hold back on that. I would have been quite upset otherwise. Oh yeah, I got Chi. She's like curled in the little bed I got on my desk. And she gets really defensive and like territorial of me. And I have another cat who I've had a lot longer, Ginger, who's like my little shadow as well. But she kind of chases him off a little bit. Not a whole lot, but just every time she hears like little kitty cat footprints coming in, she's like, who's there? And if it's Ginger, she'll hop down and start like getting in his face a little bit. Not like growling or anything, but just kind of her presence, you know, like just kind of being like, what are you doing here? You know? We're doing Steam, yeah. every game is that length on Switch, though, you know?
My spindles. They're close.
Ah, the singing. Interesting. So it's not just a, again, sound design thing, it's a literal thing. Got the Prospel family set up in the Wellesley's old cabin. It's damp, filled with skeeters. There's plenty of chain pickerel for every hungry mouth and nobody to tear our families apart. Townsfolk leave us be, except in our logs and shingle work for cheap, and we never let a child stray too far into hunter territory. Hope's Crossing has been our refuge for 20-odd years. Here's to another 20 more.
They made it. I wonder if I'm close to the settlement. How'd that end up all the way over there? Be safe in there, okay?
Having tea? I guess one of you is having tea. Oops.
Feeling better now that I got one of my spindles back.
Is
this the way Mahalia went?
Interestingly, they never really touched on the fact that it was a literal physical spindle that was spinning the magic weave around, which I feel like was a little bit of a lost opportunity to draw on what's actually being done. Folks been resting easy since our new arrivals, all except for Sister Mary. Pain festers in the heart after living under the lash for so long. The rest of us make do, but Mary sleeps through the day, and my root work can't wake her none. Sometimes I catch a dark fog licking at her blanket that scatters when I get my hooks ready. The smoke ain't a hint, but it might just be sour.
Deep sleep and dark fog. Out of the sand and into the fire, I guess.
Or as sour, I think is what it said. There's only 100 skill juice in this chapter. That means if this is the final chapter, we are definitely not maxing out all of our abilities. Because, that's 125 by itself. These are all 125. So I'd need 250. I need a 375 on top of what I already have. The Cleansing Red inflicts increased damage across a wider area and weaves impacted enemies for a short. I like that. Yes, let's just go ahead and snag that. Oh, wow. That's really good, too. You could do Tethered Strand and then just keep using Tethered Strand and then you keep using Tethered Strand. That one's harder to do. Oh well. It didn't really matter where I put those points. I was gonna get a trophy for finishing that tree one way or the other. So as far as like achievements or trophies go, unless there's another chapter or you get like a whole bunch of bonus stuff, won't be getting any more of those. I was wondering if there was gonna be exactly enough floof to get all skills, or if there'd be a little bit of extra, you know, and it seems as if there's exactly enough floof in the game to upgrade your skills to max, so you'd have to get all floof in order to upgrade your skills all the way.
Gotta find the knot.
Oh yeah. Feel like that could have cleansed over something. Nope, nope. Would have been neat if there was a wall there that also required you to resummon and get another bit of floof there. Would have been a neat way to hide that, I think. Oh, hello. Force push, force pull. Yeah, those are, well, those aren't Sith upgrades, but they are
My spindle is covered in
Star
stick.
Wars concepts. Actually, force push and pull are typically referred to as light side abilities. Oh, I see. I didn't read that part. Gotcha. Yeah, force choke and force lightning are definitely dark side abilities. That's Twiddle. Hey, bud. Never seen Folklore.
Thanks, little guy. I'd be totally lost without you.
Nope, never heard. No, I just did a quick search. That cover art is completely unfamiliar to me.
That's the final piece. Rue, Kushma, whoever gets between me and Mama's gonna be sorry they ever crossed me. What's that?
Huh? That's what I kept trying. It wouldn't let me. Oh, it was for the mushroom. Well, that's, why isn't it letting me grab it? It's not giving me the prompt to grab it. That one's weird. But I don't think that one's ever going to be upgraded unless there is, in fact, more than 10 chapters. Which, I will say that it does feel like there could be, like, 12 chapters now. You know, like, we're going to have this chapter of getting our stuff back and recovering from the fall. And then a chapter of, hey, we met that guy, you know, we made a deal with the devil, but now we got to get escape. And then the chapter to bring it all together. Even though the game kind of makes it feel like it's trying to say there are 10 chapters.
It's a bonfire.
But there's no way
Like the
that we
Wesley's
have a whole
delight and
chapter
levy to guide people home.
that finalizes this, touches on the whole dream guy, and
Feels like she's telling me
resolves
that bonfire's
everything.
my ticket out of here. And those fireflies. I don't know how this works, but she's never steered me wrong. They're flying into the bonfire? No way that's enough to light this whole thing up. Gotta collect more. I saw a bush earlier. Maybe it's this way.
Two of our best trappers have wed. The boy is a fool in love and a girl sweet as honeysuckle. They jumped the broom and we celebrated with a fire and song. I drank and played the panpipes like an old loon. These are the makings of a good life. These moments, times get hard, problems grow like weeds, but the fruit is always worth the harvest. The land still ain't done with me yet.
They needed that. Shoot, I need that
Oh,
too.
it's chapter
Not
countdown.
money, just something to keep me going. I don't do books. It's your time to shine, Crouton.
Huh? Oh. I forgot about the crouton throw. I bet a lot of the places that I could have gotten secrets would have been a crouton throw situation that I just totally forgot that I could do that. Somehow this doesn't feel like a game that they would cliffhanger on for a sequel. Definitely unintended. Looks like I could just jump over there to get here, but sometimes I like doing things the game doesn't expect me to do.
Is this the old settlement catfish mentioned?
This hunter's nearby got a skittish. The little swamp boy I found doesn't cry like the others when those devils go to yelling. He's special. Ain't held a baby like him before. On nights when the hunters leave us be, I put him to sleep with an old lullaby sung up and down the bayou. One smile from him could melt even the coldest heart.
Hunters again? It's not fair. Mahalia lived here. Did she want me to find this place?
That's gonna be our way back.
Go ahead.
Go, Crouton, go!
Get those fireflies, you little weirdo.
He's a little weirdo, isn't he?
Wish you could have caught fireflies for me when I was a kid.
Even worse, I could have just turned left. Oh, why are you doing that? Don't do that. Can't remember if I went this way or not. Certainly did not. $90 out of 100. Does feel like I went this way though. There's this openness to this area that makes it hard to remember where I've been and where I haven't. Without a mini map or something to help me. I've definitely been that way. We just actually resolved that one. But I think I have to, yeah, I think I have to do this whole bit again. Definitely went that way. I think we just went that way again.
There's
But we haven't gone
no
this
way
way.
I can cross this gap.
Catfish.
You have to go get these fireflies for me, Crouton. Be careful. All right. Go give them a shake and see if they like
Burn. Burn it to the
Come on,
ground.
Mahalia. Give me something. A way out. Anything. You're not what I expected. That shout earlier, was that you? Oh, no, hey, my bad. I won't hurt you. I promise. Oh, this little dude? He's as small as you are big, ain't he? I don't have time to play with you. Come on, Crouton. We gotta go find Mama.
You're a long way from home, child. Remember, you'll always find your way if you keep those that walk with you in your heart.
You all right?
He's got a wound on his shoulder.
Okay. One game, honey. And then we get you sorted out, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can hear you giggling. Found you.
That was pretty easy. Why didn't he just go underwater?
Okay. Hey, but you gotta stay quiet. 2, 3, 4, 5.
De Mayo.
I hope you found a good spot. This is what Mahalia wants me to do, right? Help this monster out first.
I hear him to the left, but my little weaves are telling me to go this way. Cinco de Mayo. Thank you to you for the sub gift to Cinco de Mayo. Lovely. Okay, why is it making me go all the way around here when it's just gonna take me back? It's served no purpose. Why did it make me go all the way around? Alright, Weave is not helping me here. Scotty, thank you for 82 months. That's a long time. Yeah, it told me to go up there. Liar.
There you are. You're already pretty big. But that giggling really gives you away. Last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And this time when I find you, there will be no survivors.
These creatures aren't monsters. They're just waiting for someone who cares to come along.
Gee, I wonder where he could be.
Gotcha. Okay, that was the last one. No more. Do you know a way out of here? Didn't realize this was a thing you could do. Good to know.
You know, a lot of people celebrate Cinco de Mayo, but does anybody celebrate
Here we
Cinco
go.
Night Mayo?
Can't trust my own gut sometimes.
Or maybe Cinco
I
de
can trust you
Mustard?
anyway. Cozy. A little bit of nature, some knickknacks. Very bohemian. Is this where you sleep? Can't lie. It looks pretty comfy.
Okay, I guess some people do celebrate Cinco de Mustard. Hey, we actually 100% this map. I wonder how many of those we actually did. I didn't discover about that until last night after I was closing the game trying to find a way to save it. I would have paid a little bit more attention to that if I knew it existed, but hey, it's okay. I'm not really concerned about 100% of the game. It's a great game, though. For Fortnite, that's 14 days. I watched over the creature some will call a monster. He was already becoming something new by the time I plucked him from the petals of a flower cradle. Sprouting leaves for hair, vines for veins, and wild grapes for eyes. Swaddling him as a mother did nothing to slow the turn. I've been wrong many times in life. But losing this child to the old plane haunting the swamps hurts most of all my sins.
Is this about you?
May the 4th be with you. May 4th is my partner anniversary.
Oh, honey. No wonder she wants me to help you.
May the 4th is when I got the email saying I'd been accepted into the partner program. And then May 11th was when I first got my sub button. So my partner anniversary lies somewhere in there. You'll get like the auto anniversary message, kind of variable between days, whenever they put it in the system. I'm not sure. I'd like to do stuff for May the 4th because of the whole May the 4th be with you, obviously, Star Wars, but also because of my partner anniversary. So we gotta go back out now, or is that a different path? Huh? Feels like I'm supposed to get rid of that hurt on him. Clearly dead end. I don't know what the game wants me to do here. Game says go step over there, but when I do, I get nothing. It says Tor Honey's home. Oh, I missed that one. There we go.
Is that you and your mama? Trying so hard to get back to mine. Okay, let's find a way to help you. Mahalia said to keep those who walk with and behind me in mind. Nap time, huh? Don't worry, honey. I'll be here when you wake up.
Will I? Apparently I will. End of chapter 9.
So then I crossed paths with this fella, Rue, who told me to track him and my mama down at Kushma's Cabaret. Catfish wasn't thrilled, cautioning that it was too risky, but it was my only lead. While I gathered my spindles, I was guided by a weaver from the past, Mahalia. Then I stumbled upon a gentle creature named Honey. He seemed to be in a bind, so I felt the urge to lend a hand. But in these swamps, the air was thick with ancient secrets. I had to push through to find my way out and reach my mind.
It's the Forest Guardian. We should definitely kill it. What could go wrong if you killed the Forest Guardian? Chapter 11, Muddy Waters.
So that wasn't you? Right, you don't talk. So what was that? Where are you going? Hey! Wait up! I don't think that's safe. Wait!
Oh. Wonder if I... No. I thought maybe it might tell me how much stuff I missed. Apparently there's 9 life thingies in total. And there's 1 on this level, so maybe I can get all the life thingies.
Oh my god. She's huge! How am I gonna handle 2 creatures at once? Okay, why are you running towards the screen?
I will say the little follow me kind of thing is really great for determining which path is the wrong way for completionists like myself. How much juice? 220. Oh snap! Maybe I will get enough. I don't know. I'm being surprised. Ow! By the game. And so much that there's not just more to it than I expected, but it might be that I don't need 100% of the floof in order to level up all my spells, because 220, that's coupled with what I have, that's almost enough to finish out all of my spells, because I need 375 and I had like 80 extra, so I need like less than 100. The hunters tried to burn Hope's Crossing to the ground with the fire roaring bright. The little swamp boy grew as big as a house and fled into the swamp. Searched high and low for him after helping the others board an old friend's boat. Found him far from the shore ashes of our home. When I sought help from the weave to heal him, he cried in anguish and ran from me again. Wailed a pain I won't soon forget. Shook me to my core.
Another Mahalia message.
What we need to do for this poor kid is we need to make him a custom gaming controller that fits his giant hands and won't break under his pressure. And then he'll be happy and we're good.
There's something over there you want me to see? Stigma. That boat's covered in it. Wait somewhere safe, okay? I need to clear the way.
you know, giant thing could just maybe smash. They wouldn't have to worry about it. There's that owl again. I've only seen the one owl. It represents something, and I'm not quite sure what that is.
Honey, you gotta listen to me. The shipwreck would be full of sorrows.
Did it do that no signal thing again? Couldn't tell. Yeah, okay. There are no cats here on my desk, which means that it's not them causing it. It just means it's doing that thing where it starts doing the no signal thing randomly. So I'm gonna go ahead and reset that really quick. Let me just turn this off. Let me get behind everything. 1 second, it's just gonna flash on and off real quick. I don't know what actually causes it. No idea. It started way before I allowed the cats to get on my desk. Like way before that. It's been going on for almost a year. No idea. I do know that that puts a stop to it for a while.
Hey,
so
go hide again. It's not safe yet. I always find you, don't I?
You know, things like this kind of bother me a little bit. That's a scripted little event with the rabbits there, and they placed this chair, and they placed this table, and they placed those rabbits, but if you noticed, the rabbits went right through the furniture as if it wasn't there, and it wasn't because it's like a spirit or something, ooh, neat or whatever. They just pathed it wrong, and all they had to do is just move that pathing like down a little bit, you know, or just remove the chair, right? And that kind of stuff bothers me. Like, you're making it. Why would you make it run through the chair and not stop that? Like, because you got to sit there and go, does it work? Let's run it again. Does it work? Let's run it again. Does it work? You know, and then you slap something right in front of it. Afterwards, I don't understand that. And it bugs me.
There were kids on this boat? Nothing about this place screams family friendly.
Maybe the chair is a ghost. Yeah, that's what it is. And I've seen that in a few places with this game, you know? That wasn't just the first one. So, I don't know. Like, if it's static objects,
This was one of those
you're the one
old-timey
that's putting
pleasure
the
boats I wouldn't
object
allow.
there, you know, making it collide with
Let's
another
destroy
object
toilets.
awkwardly feels kind of dismissive, you know?
Where's that knot?
Like there was the first bottle tree that I did, one of the branches went right through a rock. And it's like you could have just made it not go through that rock, like by shortening the rock or moving it or, you know, something, right? So why You placed it there, you know? Why? Why, right? There's not an excuse for that. It's not some kind of like weird programming thing. Oh, it needs to because of the way the wind blows on the cloak. It's gonna clip on you or something like that. I get that. I get clipping because like a cloak is moving and you want to have that wind effect. That makes sense. But a static object, there should be no clipping. Unless it's like for aesthetic reasons, like you can have two rocks and you kind of merge them together and it kind of makes it look like a singular rock. That with a different shape. In fact, the first Halo game, there's a little post about that some time ago. How in Halo 1 there is only one rock. There is one rock in the entire game, and that one rock is shaped and changed and altered in a number of different ways in order to create what seems like many different rocks. Oh. And that's a tactic used in a lot of game development, and the reason is because every time you add a unique asset to the game, that's an asset that has to be pulled from in the memory and loaded in. And it's not just like, oh look, we made this world and then it renders in. It's rendering in individual objects to paint the world. And if you have a singular rock in the game file and that's it, and then you add alterations to it, like you go, oh yeah, there's a rock here, but turn it, 80 degrees that way, 70 degrees this way, and increase it by, 50% in size, and then load it in. All it's doing is pulling from that rock and then altering it. So it's not like there's this rock it has to load in and then this rock it has to load in. It's only loading in one rock and then applying simple math to it, which saves on resources significantly. And that's why, make this one yellow and shiny, right? And that's why when I see a lot of unique game assets, I get excited because that means that they put a lot more effort into creating a game world. Like, I haven't really looked at it closely because all the trees feel really, really special and unique. But there's more than likely, you see all these different trees in here. There's probably like 5 or 6 unique trees. And they're just like given alterations like size and the way they're turned and other different, alterations to them that are not actually changing the model to make it a unique model. Like if you remove a branch, that's a unique model. You can't just like individually change a branch like that. It has to be the exact tree and then shaped or turned slightly differently. Although more modern tools have a little bit more robust alterations like bending and twisting and stuff that can work on the same tree. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is whenever I play a game and there's a lot of different alterations or a lot of different unique trees or unique bushes, unique foliage and everything, I always get very excited for that because it means that there's a lot more effort put into it. But you have to make sure that, that can be rendered in by whatever hardware that you're running the game for. In the event of Halo 1, that was on the original Xbox. So the hardware wasn't exactly super great at the time. It was all right. But even then, I mean, you're not going to be able to get away with using too many unique assets because it's going to draw on the memory too much. Drawing an object once or X times is close to about the same amount of memory used, yeah. It was a very interesting little post and commentation on it that helped me understand a lot. Because like a lot of the time when I criticize games, well, computational power. I'm kind of like I'm homogenizing the terminology a little bit. But anyway, I comment about that all the time in my reviews. I'll be like, oh, this is just the same. Like, you'll see it a lot in the beginning of Tales of Berseria, specifically as a game I remember doing that a lot with, where I'm sitting there, inspecting every individual tree going, that's the same tree, that's the same tree, that's the same tree, that's the same tree, right? And I do that on a lot of different games because I like to determine, what's the kind of effort put into this game. Did they make one tree and just copy paste it all the way through? Or did they make a whole bunch of different unique trees to make it feel like a more robust foresty area,
They were having a good old time while the workers suffered in ways no one likes to think about.
Here's potentially an example. It looks like the cards and chips strewn about these tables is unique. Let's see, the poker chip pile here is the same poker chip pile here, I think. Let's see, there's some blue sweeping around to some yellow. Nope, different. It could be that they're layered, like multiple little poker chip piles are layered in a way that makes it feel like a unique poker chip pile, because it almost seems like that sweeping down to the yellow is still there on the left, but I don't see the right side. It could be buried. Yeah. It's hard to say. It could be that they're all layered, and there's multiple little poker chip pile doodads that they made, and then they just kind of applied them pretty liberally to make it look like every pile is unique. Course, beef, chicken, venison, corned beef. Gentlemen ordering wine for the bar without specifying price or kind will be furnished with Madeira at $2 per bottle.
Calf head Alamo?
Right, but like a card always looks the same, so it's okay to use the same card, you know, but they probably made a singular card back anyway, and then just applied that all over the table, which makes sense because the card back should look the same, but they do have a poker hand splayed out there, which is a royal flush. At least I think it was a royal flush. Spades, which is the highest poker hand you could possibly get. Stack that's facing up. Oh, this little jumbled up pile is the same as this jumbled up pile. I see it now. And then there's this one with the card facing up, and it's over here as well. No, that's a different one. But that is the royal flush, and then there's the royal flush over here as well. So yeah, they're exactly the same asset, just reused. So that's a great find there. Nice pickup on that.
Keep those who walk with you and behind you in mind.
But that's a good example, yeah. They create a little doodad. Doodads are like objects on the ground. Like the chairs and the tables and the cards and all that, those are doodads. Lamps, posts, you know, things that are like little, details and stuff like that off of the terrain, off of the object, like the wall. Doodads. But these like little lounging chairs and couches, they're all the same exact object. I bet you can see like the moss growing on the left there. Like look at the top right, it has a little circle gap in it. If you look at this one, oh shit, grass, there we go. Same little circle gap on the top right, same little sweep down on the bottom left there. It's the exact same couch. So that's an example of how exact same object is utilized multiple times, but as long as you give something else to it, like here's a great example. This couch has like the grass and the flowers growing on it, and this one doesn't. It almost looks like they're two different doodads, but they're the same. What we have there instead is the grass effect just coming up through the model. That's all that is. But it's clever uses of doodads and designs and things like that that I really enjoy, because it's really important to like save on memory and development time by taking the same couch and, you know, using it multiple times in order to not have to create 50 different couches for one little spot. Not to mention it'd be a huge waste of resources, obviously, right? But the point I'm getting at is there are ways of using the same asset and making it feel unique by, you know, weaving them together in unique ways, right? So like with the poker chips, you saw that it felt pretty prominent. Oh, I see. That was just the halfway point. But yeah, a good game will use a lot of unique assets, but not too many. And then a lot of the lesser great games tend to just, you know, make one tree, turn it around 50 times, and copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Yo, what's up, Phil? Oh, dang, coming in with 43 months. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing good. Ow. Visual and audio design of this game are both fantastic. Definitely the high points of this game are the visual audio design. Not to mention the narrative design as well. Combat's still decent, but I would say it's the less prominently great part of the game. It almost seems like it's just a vehicle for the narrative, which honestly I kind of prefer as long as the story is good enough. Although that's usually more of an RPG thing. You want the story to be the prominent part, and the game is just an excuse to experience the story. I don't know if you ever played Hellblade, but it kind of makes me feel like Hellblade a little bit, where the visual audio storytelling and experience is the more prominent aspect of the game, and the gameplay itself kind of takes a back seat. I would say that's kind of like sort of how the game feels like it's being portrayed, you know, or designed rather.
When Iotunde caught wind of whispers about the thriving, freed settlement in the swamps nearby, hope bloomed in her heart. She dreamed of a better future for her son than what waited them upriver. So when Bella Prospero drifted closer to the swampy shores, Iotunde risked everything.
Oh my God. Oh. No, she must have made it to the riverbank. It didn't end like this for her.
Don't babies have like this automatic like
The woman in the pattern needs my help too.
breath holding thing that they do up until a certain age? So like you can submerge them in water for a few seconds and they'll be fine. I mean, it's not like something you want to test out, but yeah, drowning reflex, right?
Was she trying to get to Hope's Crossing?
That's where I came from. All right, I think we're good. Oops.
I can help her. And Honey. I think I've got to. There you are. You hearing all that racket too, huh?
Uh-oh.
Oh! What the hell? We gotta get out of here.
No, the sea captain guy? No, she jumped in the water because she was trying to escape something, probably.
You won't be safe for her flinging mud bombs around. Is she trying to find something?
It's not really detailed what she was trying to escape necessarily, just yet anyway. But it seems as if she was trying to get away from something. This is probably going to be to the extra life token, I bet. Or like maximum life kind of thing. The whole visual style is just great. There's also this like claymation style stop motion sort of aesthetic to the cutscenes, which is kind of neat. And some of the movement of the objects is, oh, ow. I turned off a lot of the stop motion though because the higher frame rate just feels better, even with the aesthetic. I appreciate the attempt style there, and it is done well. I just high frame rate is really important for me. Thanks, bud.
There we go. Thanks. Let's clean this up.
Oh god. Almost got hit by that. Hey, if you stun it while it's doing the yellow invincible thing, you don't get a cooldown on your stun. That's good.
Did she make it all the way here?
Ayotunde plunged into the unknown for the sake of her baby. But upon shore, she was pursued by the crew and stumbled in the darkness. With her heart pounding, she bit back the urge to cry out to him, gritting her teeth raw to seal her sob. If caught, no one will save her baby.
That's her haunting these swamps. I can't imagine her pain.
Maybe Honey is her kid. Is this the way we came? Feels too long to be a little hidden path. Nope. But it is the health bonus. Oh yeah. One more. We were just down this path, okay.
There it is. The heart of all this pain.
Get him, Crouton!
Into the hole you go.
Oh, it's a Froggo. Cool. Aya! That's the first time I see a little Froggo. Oh, what's this? Weave effect lasts longer. I wonder if it's just all weave effect lasts longer. Weave enemies take more damage and cannot move or attack for a short time, right? So, because there's the thing is that you don't just get weave by using weave, and it's basically stun. There's also like you apply weave if you use this at the right time. You get weave if you do the tether attack with X, and a lot of other things cause weave. So, is it just all weave effect lasts longer, or some? But I'm going to go for this because I know that this is going to be useful. So if I do the strand pull and then do the X after a strand pull, which button is X on the Xbox controller? Is that the left button, like square? I don't really know Xbox buttons. I think that's where I just was, so I think this is it. Y is triangle, okay.
That's where she hid. Rumors and the hope for a better life were all she had.
Spent an age out here with only Cricket Song for company, toiling over how to fix what I'd done. That boy, that sweet creature all alone, waiting for someone to peel back the moss and free the babe beneath. Never did figure how to save that poor child. There aren't enough creatures I can heal on this earth to make my penance.
That's too raw. Feels like the
Yeah, I
first
mean,
time
that's
saw
not
her
really going to help
cry.
me, like, knowing it all at once like that. It's not going to help me.
Don't worry, big
I
guy.
just need to know
We're gonna
individually
figure this all out
for
together.
that ability what button to press to do the thing that I want to do. I used to have, I didn't used to, I still do. I have a little graphic that like a little image that would open up when I was trying to play the Lord of the Rings games because they only had Xbox glyphs as well. And there was a lot of like timed button hittings that were random. So I needed that. And I still, after all of that playing, couldn't get it. It just does not compute in my head by nature, like naturally, like the Xbox or Nintendo ones do. Because I basically never really played Xbox games. Every Xbox controller or console that's ever come out usually does not have any games that I particularly care to play, and so I never get an Xbox console, so I never really used the Xbox controller. The few like Xbox games that aren't on other consoles tend to be on PC. It didn't reset the cooldown. Calm, thank you for 41 months. Stunned them, but it didn't reset the cooldown like it's supposed to. I'll have to reread the ability. What? I dodged.
Okay, IoT Day. You got my attention.
Once the crew vanished, she tore through the night fighting through the thick undergrowth to find her lost baby. Gripped by despair, she hummed a lullaby softly, hoping against hope for her baby's giggles to pierce the icy air. But that swamp, it just kept stretching on and on, till a peculiar lantern flickered into view, right beside his tiny mud-streaked blanket.
Ayatunde lost her baby and Mahalia found honey. That's no coincidence. There's another pattern up there. Hope I'm right about this.
Trust nothing and no one.
That's where we came from, I'm pretty sure. Maybe this is where we came from? I think this might be it. Whoops. Did it again. Oh, hello. Meow. What you doing? What you doing, troublemaker? She came up on the desk again. There's gotta be something big up here.
How'd this get all the way up here?
Ow. That's 20. 20 is definitely the highest amount in any node I've ever seen. And it does mean I have enough. No, I only have 80. Okay, it's 145 of the 120 that I've of this level that it has. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's everything. But now there's this way.
It's the blanket from the pattern. It's been here all this time. Dude, my legs are shorter than yours. Wait up.
Oh, shit. It would definitely be an interesting twist if Honey was her son, because we heard about the, you know, the swamp baby that got transformed.
Little help, big guy? Hey, back, honey. I need to check out the rest of the boat. She must have had something to do with the crash.
My pockets full of stones and sing. The river will flow and the sun will shine, 'cause Mama will be there in the morning.
Good folks know to care for a wounded heart before it has need of a weaver, and great folks can mend what a weaver can't. This is what the false stitcher who sought to steal my gifts couldn't understand. Weavers don't bend the grand tapestry to our will. We weave only to mend its tears. But we can't use our gift to mend our own wounds. We must rely on the kindness of others for that.
False stitcher. There's so much about all this that I don't
That's
get
gotta
yet.
be... That's gotta be, what's her name then? My grandma. Bunny. I was wrong about Bunny being the Molly, though. My thought was, you know, you get to the top, you fight her, you realize it's her, you think you're mending her, and then she you know, pops back, you know, I don't need you, rah, 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 this is my motive and stuff, and then you fall. But it was kind of more, it was a little bit deeper, actually. I kind of appreciate that.
Now, how am I supposed to get this thing running?
Running? Do we want to get it running? Right? Oh, I think that's pointing to this.
Do your thing.
Ow. You know, you'd think that'd be like kind of go without saying kind of thing, but definitely have had people pipe up and be like, well, actually, let me spoil the game for you. Oh, an elevator. That would need running. I'm not gonna be going into the rickety 100-year-old soggy death trap.
Okay, bottle's almost full. Just a bit more, and then I figure out this tangle.
But why have this climbable thing? Ah, now I see why. You're quite well hidden. But not from me. Master Trashy Hunter, BGG. And that should be enough to get an upgrade. So now we're gonna get the Weave Lasts Longer one. And there's only one ability we don't have. We need 120 total. There is a total of 25 on this map. We have 5. That'd be 30, which means we would need 95 on the next level and be able to get that much, assuming we get everything here.
breathing on paint for y'all.
Dodging into getting hit, man. How much I can do about that? That was kind of really frustrating. Like every time I dodged, there'd just be another thing swiping at me that I couldn't possibly account for, and so I lost the like basically RNG on that account. Snowing outside. Jeez. Spring on hold, I guess. I mean, we've gotten snow in summer out here before, but it's not common. Ended that fight with full health when I didn't get dodges into other attacks that I couldn't account for.
But there was no baby left to be found. Not anymore. And the wail of grief that echoed through the swamp was so raw and monstrous.
What's up, Kim?
That the captain ran the boat aground in his panic.
Sometimes I feel like I could tear the world apart too.
I believe it's time we met vis-a-vis Hazelflood.
Yeah, let's.
See you soon.
Why is it still chasing me then? Woo! Almost flew right off. Gotta get a little peek at him. The game doesn't show me anything ever.
He's headed for the tangle! Shit! She's here too!
The bud went through the wall. That's funny. Should have just made the range within the playing field that you were actually intended to go through instead of back there, so you wouldn't get things like that. Oh, I missed 20 skill stuff.
There it is. Hang on, Ayatunde.
Ayatunde never gave
Oh,
up
nice,
searching
cool.
for her baby. And the search changed her. She didn't know this was a magical swamp, or that a giant flower had sheltered her baby and kept him safe. The crew in their last moments were stunned to see this monstrous creature smashing the boat in her aid, like an angel of vengeance. She went so deep into her grief she couldn't see the light in the darkness. Another peculiar lantern, searching for her, offering hope. Ayatunde never did find her lost baby.
She never stopped looking. All this time, she never gave up.
I feel like they could have visually sort of picked up on that whole concept that she was trying to dig out her baby, you know, somewhere, because she's kind of lost it, right? By having like little parts of the terrain that have been dug up and stuff, you know? You kind of start getting it and it gets bigger and bigger and more frequent, you know? Would sort of like visually draw in on the narrative.
I was right. You are the baby Ayatunde lost when she escaped. You're just trying to reach your ma, aren't you?
Oh, maybe I do have a chance of getting the last 20 thingies. Maybe. Nothing on any of these wrong paths, so. I don't remember seeing anything that specifically looked like something that I hadn't done or couldn't get to or decided to give up
Still might
on.
be dangerous.
And there's a possibility that we do fight Little Mermaid as a boss. And I don't know if bosses give stuff, because I remember Molly didn't give any floof, but some of the combat does give you floof.
Stay put. She might not recognize you. Let me protect you.
Mama will be there in the morning. Mama will be there in the
Me next. Me and Mama next. Mahalia! Finally catching up to you. Did
Yeah.
I do okay?
But now we don't have Swamp Giant to help us. Womp womp.
Come on! Does the lantern summon you?
You should be so lucky.
Who's that?
Oh, no.
For real, who is that?
Shaking Bones. He runs this here operation, ferrying desperate folks to places unknown.
Places unknown, huh? He could take me where Rue was holding my mama.
Riding
Yeah, it's like
with
the
Shaking
ferryman
Bones to reach
in,
Kushman's rail? No way.
At least
What
I
is it?
found my way out of here.
I tried to warn you before. Kushman's domain ain't no joke.
Shit. I forget the name of the
Folks
place
at
where
end
you
of their
give
rope
the
wind up stuck in a place
ferryman
they
a
can't
coin
claw
for
their way out
passage.
of. Searching for salvation
In the
finding
underworld.
only suffering.
I appreciate you, but I've come this far. I gotta see this through.
Yeah, the river Styx. Thank you.
Can this take me to my mama?
The only thing I find funny about this
Might
kind
not
of
come back.
concept is that
You
like
don't miss me, ain't you?
I'm just upset I can't
a lot of these sort of
You know how much I love seeing a
folk
good
tales
story
and
play out.
lore.
Because you're so damn nosy.
One second.
Be careful now, you hear?
Have I certain levels of technology?
You better. I gotta know how this tale of Hazel ends.
And if they were always things that existed, you know, for the lost souls or whatever of people, why didn't they exist before this technology existed, you know? It's always within the technology of whatever the lore or mythology comes from.
It hurt to even imagine what this woman must have endured. But thankfully, Honey found his way back to her. As I watched Honey's mother holding him close, envy washed over me like a wave. I was yearning to see my mama again, but my powers wouldn't take me back to her. It was gonna take a leap of faith. In a one-way trip to a spot my fish pal wouldn't even consider swimming.
No one is telling, bitter or sweet. Now, what's more compelling? Oh, follow the river.
Chapter 12, The Crossroads.
And find the town on the tapestry.
A lot more than I expected in this game, and I appreciate it. I think that's great. My first thought was like, yeah, we could finish this on chapter 10. Like, why is chapter 9 so short? It almost kind of feels like it's trying to finish the game, right?
Thanks for the ride.
But clearly there's more.
Which way do I go?
Follow the river.
Wait! Which way to Kushma's?
Follow
Fine. I'll figure it out on my own. Now, how do I get to Kushmas from here?
Oh. The game just tells me right here it's 14 chapters. Like, literally right there. Well, there's a life token here, and it's the last one in the game. Because you can see here that there are 8 out of 9 life tokens. There's 2,210 total floof. But I only need 115 more. And there is a total of like 400 more floof. That's cool. I like that. You don't need to get every floof to cap out your talents. Good. Uh-oh. Don't jump off bounds. How much is here? 130? So as long as I get most of it.
What's that over there? Crossroad. Okay. Where to now?
Down on the tapestry.
Ah. Okay. I see.
Skylark, only 32 miles that way. Can't see it from here. When the fog started coming in.
But
yeah.
It seems different. Looks like I'm on the right path.
Okay. This is a Lost Woods situation. The only thing I'm confused about or concerned about is if there are going to be paths off of the Lost Woods thing that that are like lootables and stuff, you know?
This is new. Rue the Magician. Well, going on in.
Oh, this is Rue's. Entry 1, I've started to hear her even when I'm awake. June, she says, June, June, June. I hear her, wailing and crying for me beyond the grave. I know it's not possible, but something in her voice rasps like dried leaves in wind. I miss her so much. I'm going. Who am I to question a miracle? A chance to right a wrong, to correct a misstep? Just want to hold her again, hear her voice in my ear. I've sat and pondered enough, dreamed enough for 2 lifetimes. I will see her again.
She was chasing the dead.
Hey,
I'm
come
not.
on. Come on, buddy. I know you want to come up here, so just come up here, okay? Come on. Come on. Fine. Be all weird and play coy and be a cat. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bigger on the inside.
TARDIS effect.
Hello? Anyone here?
You big goofy floof. You're so clumsy. Agatha Lionette fell asleep while smoking a cigar, burned her house down with her family inside, escaped the fire because the gramophone started skipping and woke her up.
God, that's awful. The survivor's guilt.
Especially considering you caused it. Survivor guilt, you know, isn't always because you caused the thing that caused everybody to die. But like, you know, tragedy happens and you're one of the few that survive. Survivor guilt can be a factor. Paul Tiller poisoned his great aunt hoping for her inheritance, but her money was long gone. She merely enjoyed spending time with her only nephew.
Greedy bastard.
Yeah, she was. I guess he was. Trudy Moreau failed to catch her toddler daughters before she paddled into the street, can no longer abide the sound of a ringing bell.
Oh, no.
Damn. What's with all the tragedy here?
Where's that coming from?
I can sense an all-consuming despair near, like a fire roving across dried plains. I can taste it bitter and dank, unfulfilling. I've seen their regret-filled dreams walk their halls of painful memories. They will come to seek the grand tapestry soon, of that I am sure.
So, he can sense pain?
Ian Grieg, afflicted with a bottomless hunger, dreams of unfettered access to the refrigerator his parents kept locked most hours of the day.
Poor kid.
Maybe don't starve your children.
That's my stuff. What's all of this doing here? Hello?
Hello, Hazel.
Mama? Are you okay?
Oh, she's fine and fully healed.
You. Where is she? And you best not have.
Believe it or not, Hazel Flood, I got your best interest in mind. Meet me at Kushma's Cabaret. I got a proposition that's right up your alley.
Kushma's Cabaret?
Now, hold on now. You're gonna have to conjure up something different than what you wearing. That ain't you.
How did you... Listen, I have more important...
I don't make the rules. If you ready, your claim is yours.
Hello? Hello?
I mean, I think her outfit's pretty awesome, personally, but...
Claim was mine.
It isn't her, he's right.
Yeah? Not too shabby if I do say so myself.
Notice how all of her outfits have like a sweater kind of thing hanging at the back, or some kind of like flowy thing on the back of it. Every single one of them. First one is like a sweater tied at the back. The second one's kind of like a cape effect. This is like a scarf or something. Maybe a sweater. I don't know.
Whoa. This is wide.
Damn.
Holy shit.
I don't want to walk on this.
This is unreal. All these strands?
Maybe this is like supposed to be kind of the underworld of this lore. Oh man, we were right on the edge there.
Kinda creepy. This is where Hanks come from?
I mean, paints are kind of supposed to be like concentrated malice or something, and so that kind of really feels like this could be the underworld, you know? I need to read that ability. It said that if you do like the thing where you pull and then hit, that it should reset the cooldown of it. I kind of like that last one, but they're all good. What was it? If tethered strand is used to defeat an enemy, the cooldown is reset. Ah, has to defeat it. Important wording. There we go, though. All right, now we can start considering, yeah, loot optionals. You know what? There's probably a trophy for or an achievement to do the hardest difficulty, and that alone would mean like more second play kind of thing. You know, if I had known this gameplay was gonna be like this, I probably would have done the hard mode right out of the box. I feel like it would just inflate the enemy's HP a little bit.
Is this the way to the cabaret?
And that wouldn't really matter that much for this kind of game. Hey, stop being jealous. Joe Goodfellow, 74, Mud Correction Center, Kentucky, yearns for the lover who never visits. 50-odd years since I killed your snake husband dead, my darling. Only 10 more till we can be together. You'll keep waiting for me, won't you? Deluded old man, she never loved you, and you will never see her again. You took a life for nothing.
You killed someone, so why are you here?
Because the underworld, I'm guessing. That's my guess anyway. I miss the sunrise and hearing people sneeze. I miss the sound of harmony in choirs. I miss my sister. I think I had a sister. Her warm hugs and scary movies. I miss the phone call that took her. I miss my sister.
This place robbed you of even the little things.
I mean, it's any kind of just like despair, right? He's hollow inside. My words bounce off his cold, empty skin like an echo. He smiles and his teeth tremble and shake. He blinks and I can see the emptiness behind those beautiful eyes. His hands feel stiff when I hold it. I can stomach these things, at least here. He loves me still.
Another one chasing the impossible. Guess I'm not so different.
I don't know. It really depends if your mom is dead or not. If your mom is dead, and all we've seen her for is a lie, then yeah, chasing the impossible, but we don't know she's dead. Although it suggests that if this guy's got her, that might be exactly what it is. Oh. Oh. I'm definitely getting Hellblade vibes. I can still hear them laughing at me. It's all laugh at the Billy. Just spit it out. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Billy, even here. Stuttering.
Even here? Did Rue promise you something?
But like, I'm getting this vibe that like this whole journey is coping with grief. You know? Like, it's a visual representation of coping with grief. And there have been other games that are basically visual journeys that are trying to touch on like strong emotional aspects. There was Gris. Hellblade did the same thing, and oh god, a couple other games that do that I haven't played, and that very well could be what's going on here. Every time I hate it. Like, it's not literally happening, it's kind of like representing the idea of coping with grief and the journey that your mind goes through. You know, seeing other people's suffering helps you understand your own position in that situation, and eventually helps you come to terms with whatever it is. Fully upgrade Hazel's health. Nice, we got every single health upgrade. Sick. That's awesome. So this very well could be that, like, this game is basically just doing that. I mean, obviously don't say anything, you know, because we're not quite there, but that's kind of what I'm picking up on here. And maybe that her
I thought
mom
the streets of Prospera were bad.
is dead, and like, you know how when we caught up to like we went downriver and things started happening, it's almost as if, like, here's how I would see if this is actually a visual representation, like an adventure through the passage of grief and accepting and everything. My take would be that once this is all over, we'll come back up and we won't even be like way out where the trailer was. We'll be like just a little bit downstream, maybe you know, right after she finished running after the trailer kind of thing, before all the weird stuff started happening. And it's at that moment that her mind just kind of stopped and realized what was happening and like forced her to escape and cope with her grief. And this is that adventure, that journey the mind takes in order to come to terms with whatever happened. But could be literal. Could be that the world has more layers than it, you know, than what she normally would see. And this is, you know, that story. We don't know yet, so let's keep going for now. But we're definitely getting near the end. I mean, we saw that, when was it? Oh God. Are we on chapter 12? And there's 14, so we'll finish it tonight for sure. LMA 7, Arcadia Hospital, Tennessee. Hasn't seen her parents in years. If I say all my prayers right, then I'll get well enough to see mommy and daddy again. I've got to recite them in the right order. Poor thing, her innocent desperation is nothing but fuel.
Desperate innocence is fuel. Is Root using you somehow?
She is praying.
So
yeah.
hard. Spooky.
Huh? I can't hit this thing? Oh, weird. Damn it. Yeah, the extra stun effect lasts on all stun effects. So any stun effect you get, the extra weave length buff lasts for all of it, which is great. Yeah, the as I mentioned many times, the audio design of this game is fantastic. How it relates to the area you're in and the story that's being told. And it carries part of the narrative with it, which is really, really exceptional. Honestly, I find that like
I'm
writing.
trying to get to Kushma's. All right then, I'll just be on my way.
I find that writing music that's less just like a composition and more of like a storytelling thing is a lot more difficult than just writing a mood setting track, you know? Setting a mood setting track, like giving that sense of wonder with the right instrumentation, that's, I think, a little bit easier than writing a track that tells, like literally tells a story, especially one with mood setting, tone, and lyrics. Tempest Hamlin 42, St. Abigail's Convent wants to be listened to and adored. I dedicated this, my 5th award of the night, to my horrible, unsupportive parents and everyone else who refused to believe that I will one day become the world famous actress that I am. She had such high hopes and dreams of beating the odds, but then again, don't they all?
He's doing something with folks' emotions. She keeps bowing to no one.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, but I'm gonna take this time to do my midday bio. So I'm just gonna grab some water, get a little snack to eat. I'll be back in a couple minutes, as I usually do. So hang tight, be right back. I never saw the new Fantasia. But I've seen the old one a lot of time. Yeah, 7 finished the Fiesta. A couple days ago. Alright, let's get going. Stomach full, bladder emptied. Yeah, I figured there was going to be a little bit of...
But the easy way is blocked off. Looks like the tower would get me there, though. I'm gonna have to climb it first.
Well, it's a good thing there's just enough stuff toward the tower, but then nothing else in the entire world. They should have built up the stuff around it a little bit. You know, they don't really reinforce this whole you can change the up and down on this until just now. Not really, anyway. They do a little bit, but...
Feels like I'm being messed with. You're not dead. Right, he does the roll. That was a long fight. Durian, how's it going? Come on, there you go.
Feels like it's gonna be bigger on the inside kind of thing with the clock tower. Much bigger on the inside.
Gotta climb up this thing.
And indeed, it is much bigger on the inside.
Just gotta keep going up.
Da 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 da. Oh, it very much belongs. I assure you on that. The audio design is extremely well done, and it's kind of part of the narrative. The whole jazziness is because we're kind of in this like... I mean, first off, there's a heavy jazz themes in general, but it's like we're in this weird sort of... It kind of feels like, you know, Entertainment District, but it's like the underworld, and we're not really quite sure, you know, where we are. Well, rip. Okay, I didn't want to... I wanted to go back because I wanted to check this out to see if there was some items or something. Turns out there isn't, so whatever. If you'd seen like where we came from, you would have said it very much pairs. I'm surprised there's not some hidden stuff. Oh, there's some hidden stuff. I tried once, I tried twice. Seems my best will never suffice. I beg, I plead, I never succeed. My best has never sufficed.
Just a rat on a wheel.
But yeah, in fact, like I've made many points about it in the past throughout this game, that the two best parts about this game are the visual design and the audio design.
Closer.
Really drawing connections with the story. Whoa! Bakir's turn, and they move you along with them. I think this is where I came from. I think I just went back. Alright, whoa, what was that? Oh, that's the little hook, okay. Where does this take me then? Where does this actually take me? Oh. That's where we came from. Sure, that went to the loot, but that can't be it, right? There's gotta be something else. Oh, I think I know. Nope, it's not the elevator. Oh. I thought the gear would take me to the right way. Oh, it does. I see. It's what causes this to move. There we go. do I? Yeah, I sure do.
Jeez, this is a workout. Almost up top.
I see more shinies. I have to get higher though. No. Got to get the shiny. $25 more to max out my talents.
Headed up to here with y'all.
Seems as if the healing you get from the weave, like unraveling, is a percentage based, because it feels like I get more now that my max HP is higher. One step closer to mine.
Come on to the second and only show in time.
Perfect timing.
All right, got it. There we go. Fully upgrade Strand Push. But do I get a trophy for fully upgrading my character? Doesn't seem like it. So I got every talent, every life upgrade, everything. My character is maxed out, as far as I know. You know, it's possible there's like a final chapter ultimate ability that you get that's like for that narrative only. That could be part of the upgrades. But I mean, as you can see right here, screen looks pretty full, so
Mama?
It's time for Kushma's Cabaret.
You again.
Come to the stage, my dear. See, once I too was just like you. I'd rule things I didn't do. I'd chew on every little wrong. Guilt from crimes was too strong. At night I'd lie awake in bed and ponder what I should have said. Regret would dog me all night long. All I did just felt so wrong until Kushma came along. Dreammaker, kingmaker, Lord of bargain chance. Spin the wheel and make a wish. There's no payment in advance. Kushma master, power vaster. No one comes close to him. All are welcome to stay forever. Time to sink or swim. So, what's on offer with this proffer? Choose an ending, you're the author. Old mistakes become successes. Your choices, he obsesses until Kushma
Damn. The animation there was really good because it kind of felt like she was being tugged around by whatever power he was using. That was really good.
Take this and go find your mama. I'll just ask you for a favor later.
I'll never owe a favor. Never owe a favor.
This will take me to her?
She's waiting for you.
This better work.
Never owe a favor.
I felt lost in the thickest fog I've ever seen.
Know what they want you to do?
And the pressure to get to
Then
Kushma's
decide if it's
Cabaret
worth
to
it.
find my mom was suffocating. Like the weight of the world bearing down on my shoulders. When I stepped into the cabaret, Rue greeted it. And I felt myself getting caught up in the moment. Here, time seemed to dance to Rue's tune, flowing both forward and backward. After agreeing to his terms, I crossed the threshold and found myself right back where I started. They say you can't mend the past. Well, I was about to put that to the test.
Chapter 13, past isn't past.
Back.
Yeah, it could be.
Wait, the hurricane. There's still time.
It could be that this is just imagination world, you know? It's not actually gonna resolve anything. It's like how they were all living in their own little fantasies the whole time. Now he's trapped me in my own. If you think about it, the door said Hazel in that little thing, but it said something else when we walked into it.
All my stuff's packed. I should get some of Mama's stuff for her.
Flash flooding and high water conditions are expected in Prospero and in many parts of the outlying
Out of beer just means that's when you go for, like, you know, White Russian, gin and tonic.
as well as other food drainage areas. Turn around.
Whew, it is really picking up out there.
Mama? I missed you.
I've only been gone for a few hours. You feeling okay?
Yeah. Now that you're safe. What? Mama? We gotta go.
Well, I gotta pack my things. Why don't you check on Bo and Mrs. Pearl while I finish up?
We ain't got time to waste, Ma.
Waste time?
That's not what I meant.
Please, just go check on Bo and Mrs. Pearl. They might need help.
Fine, but we gotta go ASAP. I packed my bags and yours already.
Well, look at you. Following instructions and a little extra.
Ma, be quick. And don't leave your car. clear the road, and get the hell out of here. Bo and Miss Pearl will be alright.
No, they won't. But yeah. Well. Oh, this is Bo. Having his hurricane party. You know, it does make me wonder if there's extra lootables. Because I do feel like this is. Yep.
Alright, that's all clear. Just gonna grab Ma and get out of here.
Oh.
Something's off here. I've seen this fog before. This doesn't feel right.
Interesting. Yep, as I expected. I mean, it's basically lost in our desires or our whatever, and he's taking advantage of that rue. Makes me wonder if I actually need to do this. I'm gonna try doing this one more time before I
have to find Mom. Bo, you in there? You'll be alright.
Interesting. They're not part of this fantasy.
Mama, let's go. I'm getting the car ready. Come on, we gotta get out of here. Mama!
I mean, if you just stay in the house, maybe you might be able to.
No, Mama! Mama! I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough. I tried. Wait, this is not real. She's not here.
You know, you something else. Few willingly enter my town, but no one ever breaks through my illusion.
You tricked me.
I think by finding that broken branch, I kind of skipped by a lot of recycling of the event. I was able to stop that from happening.
Unfortunately, you will never be fast enough to defeat him.
I'm fast enough to beat your fog to the bottle tree.
Oh, that fog just Kushma's hunger.
So, those stories about you finding dreamers for Kushma, those are real?
This town don't run on empty illusions. Kushma needs powerful nightmares in order to sustain its magic. And I find the most potent ones.
Why did you bring me here?
I've been hunting a creature killer. A dreamer powerful enough to tame Kushma's hunger. But I can't do it alone. You showed potential, so I brought you here.
And why should I trust the words you say? You promised I would see my Ma again.
No, she's here as promised. She's been reaching out ever since Molly used her magic to seal her wounds, but...
So that was her?
She's in this realm somewhere. Trapped in a loop of despair. A nightmare.
I need to find her.
Wait. Listen to me. Kushma's hunger has grown, and even you have limits, Hazel Flood.
I can handle him.
You managed to break through my illusion, and that's an impressive feat, but make no mistake, no one defeats Kushma.
I'm not leaving without her. I will fight for her. I will stop when I'm dead. She would.
It's too late. He already found you. Find your mama and wake her up. It's your only chance.
Say less. None of that will stop. I can beat you.
Ow. trying to stun him, but I couldn't do it in the middle of my combo. Chi, you're not gonna get up there.
I need to get Mama out of here.
Oh, cool. It's the same neighborhood, but just like with the cardboard cutout look instead. It almost looks like a little movie studio. That's cool. I like that. It's like they took real things, but just sort of like made, you know, turned it into an illusion. So something that's similar looking enough is enough to create the illusion. You know what I mean? It's like you need a set, and then the illusion helps to like magnify. That's cool. It's a really good style. I like that. I dig it. I guess there's no real reason to get any more of the floof since I've maxed out everything. Oh, nice. The billboard's about me. All this power and it's still not enough.
I am good enough. Where are you, Ma? Gotta be nearby. Are you kidding me?
Oh dear. Interesting how we're not in like the weird white and dark world. It's almost like this is his natural habitat or place of being or whatever, dimension, whatever you want to call it. Layer, doesn't matter.
Where is she?
You know, if this is a visual representation of like overcoming,
I can dig into here. God, can't follow me here.
what was I talking about before?
Gotta get to that door.
Like trauma, not necessarily guilt, but loss. You know, that darkness that comes after us is very representative of like, you know, staying ahead of any kind of darkness that could creep in your heart when you're going through that kind of pain. You know, do you let it catch up to you and you succumb to it and just, you know, go deeper into depression or to despair, or do you, you know, try to stay ahead of it? It's all it's like, you know, the mental. Where's my double jump? There it is. That's weird. The mental aspect of it, you know, it's not a literal physical thing that you're doing. It's like your mind trying to stay ahead of the pain kind of thing.
Another stage. Who did you make suffer here? You won't do that to me.
Anybody that's been through that kind of pain or trauma knows what I mean by, you know, trying to mentally stay ahead of it. Have you got any closer to finding your mother in this labyrinthine place? Stay fleet of foot and maybe you can outrun your nightmares. Run, little rabbit, run.
What the hell?
So I'm the rabbit now, huh? in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
You're trying to get under my skin. Well, it won't work. That's so many doors. So many people.
It's 3, actually, but you know.
Freaking job.
Get a freaking job.
Come on. I'm not gonna stop. Damn brambles.
Whee! You want to take this outside, Motzi? Not afraid of me? Oh, well, you should be.
You will be. You will be.
Through the door.
Terrified of me. Nah, man, I just...
Another set to torment someone in.
That's gross.
I know I was wrong. I messed up.
Oh, they're referring
I'm
to
sorry.
what I did with what's her name. I just hug you to death, man. Just, you know, kill with kindness. Make some dinner for you. Play some video games. Tell you you're awesome. Until the guilt just consumes you. Just waiting for her little girl. You're her torment and her only hope of escape. Her heart has broken hundreds of times waiting for you to find her.
Don't fucking tease me, asshole. She loves me, and I'm gonna find her.
Damn.
You fucking bastard! Exit's over there.
Ruse Trek shoes when you need to be one step ahead of the Flood.
No, no,
Her last name is Flood.
I will save her. Go, Crouton!
Oh, that's cool. Like, it's just a prop, right? But it still opens a door. That's cool. I love it when when games do that kind of stuff. Like Alan Wake 2, remember that? Oh my god, what a brilliant game. Absolutely brilliant game.
I can do this all day. Yo, how long are you gonna chase me? Let's go. You all right? Ma, can you hear me?
You can change the controls however you want. You can invert it or otherwise.
Hazel, please, it isn't safe.
Ma, I'm right here.
Hazel, you cannot make that jump. Hazel! No.
Mama?
Oh, baby. My baby.
I'm okay, Ma. I'm okay.
Well, this is interesting. What is she referring to?
Ma? I love you, Ma. This ends now. You can't keep her here forever.
Ow. Ow. Can't even see the telegraphing.
Mama! Timmy! Wake up! I need you to be okay.
I got stuck in some kind of animation that I couldn't dodge.
Mama! Mommy, wake up.
God damn, dude. This is like an easy battle, but for whatever reason, I'm getting my ass kicked on like normal easy shit. I dodged.
Hazel?
I'm here. Ma! It's me.
You're alive.
I'm here. None of that was real. I'll be okay. I'm okay.
I thought you would. Where are we? Hey, wait. You look different. That's impossible.
As impossible as you asking Huggin' Molly to help find kids in need?
How did you know?
I'll explain later. Right now, I need your help. I can't do this alone. I need you to trust me.
What do you need me to do?
THC isn't addictive.
Hold on to this bottle.
I got your back, bud.
Keep that bottle steady. I got the rest.
Like there's been tons of studies about THC. It's not addictive, but you might have enjoyed it, which is a different thing. But I mean, you know, you do you. If you're not around, you're not around. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't gotta apologize to me, you know. Been high for 3 days. Hey, cool, man. Hope you had fun. first time I smoked pot. It was kind of just like a, this is cool, I guess. That was about it. Wasn't super fond of it, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing for me is it's just like, I'm not really able to focus on things I want to focus on. It's like if you want to veg it out, great, but I'm not wanting to veg out a lot. I gotta be doing stuff. Probably my ADHD that prevents me from wanting to really do that anymore. Kind of bummed out that the Kushma fight is basically just fight normal monsters, except slightly different mechanics. It's always so hard to make a really big thing an interesting boss. You know, it's like a... How am I supposed to do? Oh, probably jump. It's like with World of Warcraft when we finally got Deathwing. And it just ended up being like a tentacle fight instead of actually fighting Deathwing. But Deathwing's kind of friggin' huge, you know? So how are you supposed to make a fight with that something that big? And, you know, what are you supposed to do? Like beat up his toenail, right?
I'm coming.
This game's on Steam. You can just get it on Steam. I'm playing it on Steam. Do I ride that? Yeah, I gotta jump.
Think I got this far just to stop now?
I can't tell if it's teleporting me away from where my mom is, or her mom is, or if it's a different area and she just happens to be there. I think it's the former, not the latter.
Let's finish.
Where's the unravel bit? Oh, what the fuck? I thought I was unraveling. Damn it. God damn it, dude. Oh, shit. That was close. What's up, Dragon? It's way too early to say. Right now, it's looking like it's gonna be Expedition 33. We've played the demo, so we know a lot about it, but, you know, game hasn't come out yet. Way too early to tell so far.
Not fast enough. You gonna have to finish it. Okay. Don't look back, baby. Go. Stick. Finish it.
This place again?
I think we're pretty damn
don't
close
worry.
to resolving
She's
it.
back in Prospero. Safe. I'll send you back there.
Well, don't let me keep you. Send me off.
Oh, I keep my promises. Now it's time for you to keep yours. Remember on stage at Kushma's Cabaret, a favor for a key? Well, it's time for you to pay up. I need you to give this hairbrush to your grandmother.
Get in line. I have my own reckoning to do with her.
Well, then do us both a favor.
And why can't you do it yourself? I'd imagine Kushma's right-hand man can give a hairbrush to an old woman.
That old woman is what we call a false stitcher. Now, unlike you, she wasn't chosen to be a weaver. Instead, she uses a dark magic, killing creatures and tearing through the grand tapestry, leaving a trail of corruption behind.
That explains a lot.
All I'm asking is that you give her the brush.
What does it do?
It's a one-way trip to Kushma.
Kushma again? I thought he was dealt with.
You can't defeat the king of dreams and nightmares. You contained his hunger for now, but you ain't gonna stay put for too long.
All right, fine. Get me out of here, and I'll give Bunny the brush. But that's it. After that, you and I are done.
I knew I liked you, Hazel Flood. See you on the other side.
Losing my mother again felt soul-crushing. I felt drained, like I had no will left. And worse, I realized this was exactly how Kushma, the king of nightmares, thrived. But I managed to break free from that illusion. I knew I'd lose myself if I didn't break that never-ending cycle. Bottling Kushma with Mama's help made me realize that together, we could handle whatever came our way. It filled me with more pride than any gold medal I've ever won. But that's not where this story ends. There was a loose end back in Prospero that needed tying up. It was time to swing by Bunny's again.
Oh, that's where we're south of. Chapter 14, Midnight. We're south of that. Just south of that.
Hazel!
So far, this game has been amazing. Like, really, really, really strong.
I thought you were gone.
Oh, shh. You ran. You ran and ran until you found me. Oh, my brave, brave girl.
I didn't mean what I said when we argued. I'm sorry.
We have loads to talk about. Come on, we can go home. Or to Jolene's. I'll go find us a ride.
I'll meet you later. I have one more thing to do.
What are you up to?
I have to go to the Flood Mansion.
Have you lost your mind?
I know you can't understand, but I need you to trust me one more time.
I can't let you go back into the mouth of danger.
Please, Ma. There's so much bad coming from there. You can't see what I see. Just like I couldn't see what you were going through. I have to fix this on my own. Make it right.
Come back to me, Hazel. Promise me.
I promise.
I love you, my little bug.
I love you too.
I don't remember much of Infamous. I mean, I enjoyed it, but the combat, I don't remember really anything about it. I'm starting to get the vibe that the owl is spy of Bunny. Maybe it's just there to show you where to go.
Wish me luck. If I'm not out here in a few minutes, call the authorities.
That's a rumor. It's a rumor of an Oblivion remaster or whatever.
What to say to her? What is there to even say?
Oh, okay. There's no stuff here. So this chapter might just be the final battle without a dungeon or world or whatever.
If we can come to an understanding, maybe all of this will clear up.
So there was like some imagery that was posted that could be considered like an Oblivion remake or remaster or whatever it was, and it was posted on some website and then taken down. Doesn't really confirm anything. It could have just been like a mistake. Could have been like a whoopsie, we did that too soon. Could have been fake, yeah. There's not been any official announcement.
Are you back? How did you? Oh, you're more powerful than I thought.
Is that Molly's heart?
Why didn't it work? It should have brought Sherry back.
You can't bring back the dead.
You did something, didn't you? That's why the magic failed.
I heard your baby spirit crying. In a tree. She was in pain. I did everything I could to help her.
In pain? Or just in your way? You have no idea what loss feels like. When Cherie drowned, I was so raw it hurt to breathe. I'd see cars with those baby on board signs and just want to ram them. This town's full of people who don't deserve their kids, who beat them right in the middle of a store. Why are their children still alive and not my Cherie?
Because life sucks.
Imagine what it's like to lose a child.
Unfair.
But the things you've done ain't right.
Everything I done was for Cherie. You had no right to tamper with her spirit.
You had no right.
You've hurt everyone around you. You murdered Molly.
I don't want to hear this.
You need to change to make up for what you've done.
I can't. I don't even know what to
Well,
live
are you
for
still playing this thing?
Top playing Azek. Thank you for the 3-1 bids. Oh, we're in the final chapter. We know that.
There is a way you can see Cherie again.
I don't believe in heaven if you came here to kill me.
No. But there is a town for folks who can't move on. Or won't. You can't do any more harm there. But think it through, Bunny. I've seen what happens to folks who can't let go of the past. Your choice.
Cherie's baby brush. She was so tender-headed, I'd get cross with her. Now I'd give anything to brush her hair again.
And you can, my darling.
I know who you are. It won't really be her.
You'll never be able to tell the difference, I promise.
I won't.
Not if you don't want to.
You're very kind.
Uh-oh. Why do I feel like this was part of Bunny's plan?
There's a fine line between mercy and justice, ain't that right?
That was too easy.
You chose a hard road for yourself.
I know.
Honestly, my concern with a Oblivion remake or something like that is just gonna be Skyrim again, because they only know how to make one friggin' game. It's always the same game with the same design and the same mechanics.
Mama! Oh, good Lord. Are you hurt?
I'm okay.
So,
I'm okay.
I just don't care about it. It was like Starfield was such a disappointment.
I got a lot to tell you.
I got time.
The guitar really gives a end of game feel, like we did it, but there was no final boss. Maybe Kushma was the final boss. I don't know. Interesting to oh, that was it. Yeah. Interesting to have a chapter there then. Maybe the progress that I made through the game and like how much I did allowed me to get like a good ending kind of thing. GG's though. Damn, what a great game. We'll do a full review after the credits, of course. Yeah, Skyrim was like fine, I guess. It wasn't terrible, but it's buggy as all hell. It's got a very weird structured system, and then Starfield is the same thing where everything's a loading screen, same exact game engine and structure, just in space, and it just I didn't want the same damn game again. I was really hoping that they knew how to make more than one friggin' game. So an Oblivion remake isn't gonna interest me at all. I'm kind of done with Bethesda as a developer. They only disappoint me.
I went marching backward, be my own drum, searching for something where I came from. 'Cause life is a fight to be won. Counting the strands at my own pace. We are all connected, running a race. The world is not that simple. On your journey you must be nimble. Try saving all or saving none.
Interesting, that front yard even looked like a final boss arena. You know? I don't know, I really felt like Bunny was gonna be the final boss. She was gonna get mad at me, but maybe because I did something, it was a different ending. But if that's the case, why a full chapter just to walk up to the manor and give her the brush, you know? Like that was it.
Stories be telling what secret they hide. For truth is not out there, truth is
Never played Avowed. I don't know, it's not like a disappointment, but like kind of is at the same time. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, the ending was good. I just don't understand why it's a whole chapter just for that. That's what bothers me. Honestly, Avowed just kind of looked like Skyrim with magic. If I can get it for really cheap or something like that, maybe I'll check it out, but I'm not going to spend full price for a game like that. It did explain the missing children. Yeah, maybe Berserk. I went to Google and they said there's not multiple endings for the game, so. I feel like if this was not literal and this was all in her head as like a mental journey to cope with loss and her mom was actually dead, I feel like that would have been more impactful as a story, but at the same time, maybe that's not what they were going for. You know, maybe they weren't going for visual storytelling, you know, of a mental condition or, you know, process, whatever. No, I don't think this is a game made for a sequel. It was fun. It was a great game and a great story. And it's definitely worth the $40 price tag for sure. But I feel like I missed something, you know? Might be it. The like monster design and world design was peak. It was really good. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot to be gained with understanding like visual storytelling in video games, because really good developers have an excellent way of telling a story with just the environment. And I think that gets missed a lot. You know, people just see the literal and then the surface level and just blah over it. But there's so much subtlety and really good storytelling. I mean, she did have to overcome her own grief a lot of the time, and there was a song about her. No. Yeah, no, I agree, Berserk, absolutely. But you know, you have to consider that there's possibly a post-credit scene. Well, let's not spoil that. But that would help, right? Also, the final boss was a little disappointing. Felt like it was rushed into an ending. I don't know. That's the thing, though. Like, the scene didn't feel like it was rushed. There was careful, you know, movement. Good, like, the way they had the brush in the foreground and then, you know, refocusing to her in the background as she walked over to pick it up and everything. There's a lot of meticulous detail that was really well done. I don't think the ending was rushed. I just kind of felt like there's something missing. Like there was an extra layer that helped kind of bring it all together. But I don't know, maybe it's just something about how they portrayed, like, it almost felt like Bunny had given up. And maybe that's what I'm missing. I'm missing that Bunny had given up, you know? And even though she was pretty vile, pretty evil, it was a good intention, you know, Rodell's made with good intentions and all that. The point I'm getting at is it like maybe it just they didn't portray Bunny as having truly given up. She just kind of seemed like she was sitting by the fire, like she hadn't really tried yet. But then she said, "Oh, I tried and it didn't work." I don't know. She needed to kind of like slump over a bit, like, "Oh, it's over," you know. Instead, she's just like, "Ugh, dang, it didn't work. That's bullshit." You know what I mean? Maybe that's what I'm missing.
place you write your epilogue. I attest his magic's real. Come take a spin now, cause time's a wheel. And Kushma makes you quite a deal. Dreammaker, kingmaker, lord of fog and chance. Spin the wheel and make a wish. There's no payment in advance. Kushma's master, power master, no one comes close to him. All are welcome to stay forever. Time to sink or time to swim.
Actually, I can start moving things over for the review. Long credits. There's a bigger development team here than I thought.
Just make a wish and then forget. So what's an offer with this buffer? Choose an ending, you're the author. Old mistakes become successes. Over your choices he obsesses until Kushma comes along. Dreammaker, kingmaker, lord of fog and chance. Spin the wheel and make a wish. There's no payment in advance. Kushma's master, power master, no one comes close to him. All are welcome to stay forever. Time to sink or time to swim. Dreammaker, kingmaker, lord of fog and chance. Spin the wheel and make a wish. There's no payment in advance. Oh, Kushma master power, that's to no one comes close to him.
I mean, it's more of like a bittersweet ending for her because she's just gonna be trapped in that nightmare realm forever. But I think it's kind of the whole, like, it's almost like the distorted desires, you know, from Persona 5, except for done way better, where people fixate on something that they want so much that they throw everything else to the wayside, and that obsession is what Kushma feeds off of. And it doesn't even have to be like negativity, it just has to be an obsession. The one guy was obsessed with that one lady and killed her husband and then waited for 60 years to find, you know, she'll totally be in love with her now. Or him now. You know, for that one, it was the one obsessed with being the center of attention. And for her, it was the obsession about her daughter. And obviously, obsession can come with loss and trauma. And that's why it was paired with it so frequently. But it wasn't always about loss. It wasn't always about trauma. Sometimes it was just obsession. And so since Bunny obsessed over her daughter so much that she lost, it was more than just trauma and suffering. It was also the obsession, and that's what Kushma fed off of, I think. So, bittersweet ending for Bunny. I guess kind of happy ending for everybody else. I don't know. I feel like I think it's because I was actually hoping that it was a visual journey representation kind of thing, and maybe that's why I feel like I'm missing something, because I was kind of pushing into my head that that's what it should be. But there still definitely feels like there was something missing at the end there. Like, why would my mom come rushing up as well? Or Hazel's mom, I guess. Come rushing up like, oh my gosh, Hazel! You know, like, there wasn't really anything going on. We just walked out of the house. So... I like the little storybook sequences in between. That was great. She won't really see Sherry. It'll just be a nightmare, a never-ending illusion, dream, whatever you want to call it. And that's what Kushma feeds off of. Those strong desires. Trap them in the nightmare or dream. Although I will say one thing, now Hazel has to live with the fact that even though her grandma was bad, she still trapped her into an infinite, never-ending nightmare. So there is that coming to terms that she'll have to do. They could have touched on that a little bit more to give a little bit more substance to the ending, I suppose. I mean, they kind of did. Like, you know, he said, "You've chosen a hard path, Hazel." And she's like, "Yeah, I know," and then just left. But I feel like that could have been about a lot of things, you know? It was vague enough that it could have been a lot of different things. You know, I will say this, though. The fact that there's so much discussion about it kind of shows that the story was well told. Sometimes leaving things a little bit open-ended is kind of part of good storytelling. You need to have this sort of headcanon in order for players to kind of discuss it and kind of think about it a little bit more. When the story ending is so literal and structured, it's just kind of like, okay, I guess that's it. You know, you need a little bit of vagueness. Again, it's not what I'm saying. I don't know if the ending was not well put together so much as it feels like there's just something missing, right? Does that make sense? It's not that it was not good. It's that I feel like either I missed something or there was something left unsaid that needed to be said. And I think the only reason that I have that confusion is because they made a whole chapter out of that ending instead of it just being like part of the final cutscene that you would get after you beat Kushma, right? Does that make sense? If they had not made that a chapter and just said, done, you know, here's your cutscene, and they skipped the whole moving to the mansion and just had her walking in right from the get-go, I think that would have made it a little bit easier to digest. The fact that it's a chapter is what makes it confusing more than anything. Like, that's an epilogue, you know? Well, I guess it's actually not an epilogue, but...
And that's how a new Weaver came to be in Prospero.
Well, well. Not bad at all, Hazel Flood.
I appreciate it. I gotta get going. Instead, I meet Ma Laurent for dinner. See y'all later.
Okay. That's the post-credit scene. All right. Yeah, I figured Laurent and what's her name would get back together again, Lacey. After all of that. All right, review time, baby. Let's go. Alrighty. I imagine. I actually, you know what? That's not necessarily true. I don't think that necessarily Hazel told Lacey everything. She could have just left it at that. It could have just been that Laurent showed up and just said, "Hey, let's try this again." and that was the end of it, you know, and he could keep a secret, because it's not something you just go like, by the way, I'm a giant owl, so sorry about that, you know what I mean? Like, you don't really, it's not really how you get back in there. But anyway, let's get into the review. So first off, I review things on a 5 is average scale. I reinforce this every time I do a review because sometimes it's hard for people to understand that 5 is average. C average is a reference to the fact that on average, most people score around the 70% mark. So if you're talking about grades, the average is 70, but it would be represented on a scale of 1 to 10 still, and that would still be a 5 because the C is the average, which is 5 on a scale of 1 to 10, because we're not talking about grades or percentages, we're talking about value, okay? Like, it's just like height, right? If you were representing a scale of 1 to 10, the average height is not 5 feet, is whatever that is, but it would be the 0.5 on the 1 through 5 scale, okay? All right, now with that out of the way, also, I really like to point out that the reason of obviously 5 is average, right? But that's the way a 1 through 10 scale works, is that 5 is average. That's the whole point of it. As you can see, like, you know, this is like called a standard deviation. And generally, the vast majority of data for averages will be found in this 4 to 6 category, and it's very rare to have significantly more, and it's very rare to have significantly less. That's just the way the world works. But a lot of reviewers, it's kind of like 7 is average. No, that's just because people have a hard time in digesting 5 as average when on a scale of 1 to 10, because they think, you know, if it's not 9 or 10 out of 10, it's garbage, you know, and there's a lot more division with that these days. So 5 is average, and I stick to that mentality. So if a game is okay, does its job, it's all right, fine. Maybe some people like it, some people won't. Average. Okay. Visuals is more than just like raw fidelity. It's like animation, quality, aesthetic, visual design, different special effects, animations and cutscenes, facial expressions. I mean, I said that already. All that kind of stuff coming in together in the visual score. Audio, same deal. Sound effects, audio design, OST, score, music, composition, bring it all together. Menu design, or menu sound effects as well, can just absolutely be a part of that. That's part of it. Anything to do with your ears? Gameplay could be the menu navigation as well as the field navigation as well as the combat. All of those things coming together, anything with the controller, okay? Story, once again, we talk micro and macro. The small things like the individual conversations and dialogue and how it's written, as well as how those individual moments relate to the greater story and how it builds a narrative. Design, so same deal. Well, it's all the things that have to do with design, not just some of them, of course. But with design, it's more like bugs and glitches, but it can also be like how it's structured. If it feels awkward, like for instance with this game, the way it's like exploration, combat, in this very structured way kind of felt a little, you know, if the world was kind of persistent with these enemies and it kind of made it feel like a living world instead of just these kind of like individual nodes, I think that would be better. And that's kind of a negative that this game has for the design. We'll talk about that more later. Anyway, enjoyment is my own subjective personal score. I try to be as objective as possible with all of these, but this is just me, how much I like it. All right. Games we've reviewed in the past, just my own personal choices of games. Woo, 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 woo. All right, 125. When was this released? Like 3 days ago, 4 days ago? Does anybody have the exact date on that? I almost forget date. I always forget to get the release date. It's like tradition at this point. It almost would feel awkward if I hadn't. Well, can't do I believe it was the 8th. It's got to be exact. In the meantime, we'll get into it. So, either way, it was a very, very recent release, so we can treat this as a modern game. The release date is mostly to make sure that we compare it against other games of its release era and not against different era of games. Like compared to Nintendo games, this game is a masterpiece, you know, but compared to modern games, well, we'll see, you know. So first off, the visual design is one of the strongest parts about this game. The way the world is represented, the way that you navigate the field, the unique aesthetics and designs of all the environments, everything felt special. There were only a few points where I felt like, you know, it was a little repetitive or hard to sort of navigate. The only time I really felt like the visuals really suffered were in the big open areas, like when we were in the floodplain. And when you got up to the water tower, you could kind of see a little bit of the game kind of unraveling. And it's a minor thing, because it's like literally one point in the entire game that it felt awkward. April 8th. Thank you. But other than that, one of the things I'd really like to commend the game is the animation quality is phenomenal. Every cutscene felt like people moving. You know, it felt like almost like a Pixar movie or a Disney movie, where it felt like the animations were organic and natural, and everything was uniquely structured. It wasn't just a bunch of like generic repetitive animations that they just reused throughout the entire game. Like if you're playing like a RPG and you talk to an NPC and they go, and then you talk to them again, they go, you know, it's the same repetitive animation that they just use, like a stock animation in a way. And they didn't do that. There was no stock animations except for like attacks, which, you know, duh, right? Combat, enemy design, the monster design, the unique aesthetic in the world, all of it was phenomenal. It was really, really, really great. The only thing I would really take points away on the visual design was there was definitely a lot of mountainy areas and caves that all kind of felt like they were the same like general tile set, and the monster design was pretty lacking. Not to mention with the whole structure of it being like, you know, fight arena, and then explorer area, and then fight arena. It just kind of felt like it didn't bring any tension to the gameplay. And obviously that's more of a game design thing, but it's also part of the visual design, because, you know, you go and you see like a combat arena, you go, okay, I'll come back later, you know, and it just kind of takes away from a little bit of the immersion, I would say. I'm not sure why they chose that. They might have had a good reason for it, but you know, I'm reluctant to agree in whether or not that's the case. However, the game is really, really pretty, and it's a excellent visual journey. Yeah, I'll say 8. Audio, again, one of the strongest parts of the game. In fact, I would say the strongest part of the game. And not just because, you know, the sound effects were great. The sound effects felt punchy and good. But more than that, it was like just the whole storytelling with the score and all the unique tracks that came with that. Even just the ambient sound effects in some of the moments, and, you know, like using the surround to their advantage and everything, like when you're playing hide and seek and all that good stuff. Obviously it's like kid stuff, you know, but still, it's part of it. It felt like a complete audio experience. There were no real gaps other than, you know, maybe it wasn't like an absolute flawless audio representation. It was like going to see a show. You know, you felt like everything was well composed and well structured and fit whatever it was that they was doing. And to see that in a game and the way it related to the like encounter or the fight itself was really well done. Excellent representation. I would say if I had a particular gripe, not really a gripe, if I had to like pull on one string to bring it down a little bit, I would say that the score is relatively limited. I would like, yeah, you know, there's a track for every boss and every area, but like that's it, you know, the what, 30, 40 tracks in total, I would say, maybe less. But that's not necessarily a terrible thing. I mean, a game is a really big thing to make. To have more than 100 tracks is pretty rare, but I always say usually some of the better games end up having 60 plus tracks, you know? And I mean, obviously less is more, but maybe it's just because that's part of what I feel like when something's missing. Either way, it's an excellent visual journey and conveys the narrative really well with the audio design. I give it a 9. Gameplay. So the gameplay is like, I would say it's pretty run of the mill. I was kind of expecting something a little bit more from the gameplay when I first played it. Actually, I was not expecting the visual audio journey that we got. I was expecting cool action RPG kind of thing with maybe a neat story that was worth playing. But honestly, I feel like we got something way more, because having a strong story in a video game is hard to do. Most games these days, it's all fluff and no substance. It's just a lot of like, cool, this is great fun, but there's no story or no value to it. It's just pew pew, you know, and that's great and all. I mean, there's fun in that, like Mario Kart. Mario Kart is a great example of let's just have fun, but that's like the way it's designed. It's not meant to have a story. Like, there is no story in Mario Kart, right? But the thing is that games have evolved, you know. In fact, this even started back in the NES era, where games started to have a story. You know, you wanted to be the hero of legend that saves the princess or something. Obviously, that's changed since then. But you know, deep storytelling is a big part of game design these days. There's a reason why it's so criticized when it isn't well done. You know, but the gameplay does take a little bit of a backseat to it. There's only like 5 or 6 different enemy types, along with a couple bosses, and there's pretty much just like the singular combo with a couple little spells that you can use. It's very simple gameplay, not a whole lot going on there. However, everything that they use really well. And another thing is that the gameplay is so crisp and smooth, so smooth. That alone is just like, that's invaluable. I've played games with a lot of depth and crazy amounts of good gameplay that just have really clunky movement and controls that feel awkward, and just, you know, it's like you know, you'll have like Assassin's Creed game where it's like you press a button when you get close enough and you assassinate them, and it like the range on it will be weird, and it'll like jump you over to them all awkward like, or like make you go through their model or something. You know, all these like cutscene attacks is what I call them usually, because it kind of stops and then does like a little camera panning as it does a pre-designed animation. But anyway, point I'm getting at is they didn't have that, man. Everything just felt flowy and smooth and good. It was just butter all the way through. The movement really, really excellent in that way, and very responsive. So to that end, and while the gameplay is a little bit run of the mill, the polish on it is excellent. So I'm going to say a 7. Story, man, damn, this one's a hard one, because I both loved it and kinda was indifferent to some of it as well. I would say that the story starts off strong, and it does lull for a little bit in the middle, but once you get to like the trailer and find your house again, it really starts to pick up again, and it really, like, with that audio visual storytelling to help amplify everything, really, really, really makes it move forward in a good way. Again, the ending is definitely a little questionable. I like the way it ended. I just don't like the process of how it ended, right? If that makes sense, you know? It was a great game, great story, and I cared about the characters and I cared about what they were doing, but at the same time, I just felt like there was something missing, just a little bit extra. And I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. It's like I'd have to sit there and study it to kind of figure it out. And maybe the developers ran into the same issue. You know, they were making it. They had the final pieces put in, and they're like, what do we wait? Something's missing. But what is it that's missing? And they couldn't figure it out. You know, that's how I feel anyway. And maybe the developers felt that way too. I don't know. But point is it just feels like there was something I'm forgetting, something developers forgot, something that could have been tacked on to help illuminate or finalize the storytelling, but I don't know what it is. Either way, the journey is amazing. The characters were great. Everything felt very organically written and natural, and like these are people, you know. And aside from that one little click, I think it's great. So I'm gonna say 8. Game design. It's a little overly structured. So once again, like, the visual and audio design of the game is fantastic, and that's part of the game design, but it can't just keep sitting there carrying all the rest of the scores. It has to give at some point, and this is, I think, where it gives is the game design, because the audio and visual design, while it's part of the game design because of visually representing what you can and cannot do in the field, and of course audio design is doing the exact same thing or notifying you of certain things that are occurring, the biggest problem I would have with the game design is the structured, like, exploration area, combat area, exploration area, combat area, and it just felt so mechanical that it sort of dragged away from the experience a little bit. And then there's the limited talent skills and everything, which kind of felt a little bit of a letdown as well. But what was it that I was thinking about? Damn it. There was something else. Some of the environment interaction is a bit rough. Like you're just walking along and you get stuck on nothing. You know, that happened quite a bit actually. Or just the way you interact with some of the off the path kind of stuff felt a little awkward. But that's pretty minor, not a huge deal. It was a little bit more aggressive in this game than I've seen in most other games, but otherwise it was pretty fine. There was something that I wanted to speak about that I forgot. Otherwise, I mean, the game is still well crafted and well designed. It's well structured, but it feels a little, from a game perspective, I would say a little static, little like run of the mill in a way where it's like, yeah, I've seen this game design before. You know, there's nothing special here in that regard. The real thing here is, once again, that visual audio experience, and the gameplay is still fun. It's good, but you're looking for that narrative, that story experience that's told through multiple ways, you know, not just the story and the writing itself, but the tracks and the score and the world design and how it's built up and everything. So I would say 6 on game design. And then enjoyment, I had a great time with it. I'd say easy 8. Oh. I want to use the same word twice. Never want to use the same word twice in a sentence, at least if it's like an adjective or something like that. All right, what do we got here? 8, 16, 24, 39, 46. 46 out of 60. What is that? That is a very good game. And it is. It's a very good game. Very enjoyable. I'd say 8 out of 10 is actually just about right. I think this is a very solid 8 out of 10 game. It's a great experience. It's got a great storytelling, great narrative. Just in general, it's a really immersive experience that I think is very enjoyable. I wonder what that 185 531 is. Anyway, are there some flaws? Yeah. A little bit of basic structure? Yeah. But overall, it was a really, really enjoyable experience, and I'm glad I finally got the chance to play. Honestly, when this game came out, I was like, oh man, I'm never gonna get a chance to play this because like when it got announced, I was like, oh, that looks really interesting. I want to play that. And I'm so caught up in my own, goals and like schedules that I thought I'm not gonna be able to fit this in. But then after we finished Trails in the Sky the Third, I had a whole week to fill, and I still have 4 more days to fill with whatever. And I don't know what I'm going to play because Expedition 33 comes out next week from Thursday. So I want to kill time until then, but I don't know what I'm going to do. So knowing that this game had just come out, I was like, this is a great time to play this. All right, awesome. And it just came out. So yeah, I would recommend it. Great value for the $40 price tag. Other than that, we're done. We're done for the evening, and I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. I honestly thought that this was going to be a 3 or 4 day game, and I was like, maybe I'll just take a day off before Expedition 33 comes out or something like that to kind of, clear my head and get some rest or something, because we're probably going to, binge that game a bit more. But now, I don't know. I have a list of games. That I want to play, and we'll go from there. So we got Thursday and Friday to figure out what we want to play. We'll play whatever, works. And then Saturday, day off. And then Sunday, Monday, Octopath Traveler 2 again, of course. So, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before Expedition 33 comes out. I gave it an 8 out of 10 overall. Overall, an 8 out of 10. It's a great game. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for joining us on this unexpected journey. But that's it for the evening. We definitely have video games for tomorrow. I just don't know what it's going to be. So come on by tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, and we'll have something here for you. That's it. What it is, it doesn't really matter, honestly, because at the end of the day, that's kind of what we do around here is we play all sorts of different games of varying levels of modern, retro, as well as genre, all sorts of different kinds of games. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be here playing video games, whatever that might be. Other than that, thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific. Good night. Oh, I always give the kitties plenty of pets, so don't got to worry about that. Cheers, everyone.